Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube, children of the metaverse, all you digital drug addicts. I am Axis Von Baron, the Butcher of Rat Blood, and I have come to lay waste to you and your God. But first, we must pray.
Our Father, who art in hell, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in hell. Give us this day our day to sin, and allow us to trespass upon others, as others trespass upon us. In your name, let it be done.
Okay, now that we've got that out of the way, I have a bit of an auspicious show for you this evening of resistance and humiliation for those who have endeavored to trespass upon me, because I will trespass upon you, and that is my ever intent. Zypher, my witness, my observer, who can clarify and justify the fact that some people just can't get their shit straight at all. Thus, my endeavors here. And bless you, Zypher, for being such a wonderful steward to the universe. Yeah, I appreciate much, and you are always welcome here, Zypher. As well as Callie, the Freak, Gen X Jeff. These are wonderful people. Jared Jaguar, and I spent a little time sending out a notice to individuals that you may not know exist. But let me very quickly see if this has any relevance to you. It might not, but it will be interesting. Nonetheless, a interesting perspective for me, because as you know, you are my entertainment now. I used to endeavor in a little something most of you probably don't know about. So I'm going to see if I can find this very quickly, because I don't want to waste much time here stumbling around looking for evil that I know exists, that I am a part of, and I share freely. Okay. I will absolutely run across it. This is without a doubt. It may not be at this moment, but it will be. It's not a very long endeavor. But I did want to share a couple of things. First off, we can't get this show started beyond the prayer until we endeavor into disrespecting all branches of law enforcement. So, if you may, this is in honor of everyone who's been violated, fucked over, pissed on, screwed with, and especially have had your rights stamped, trampled, and driven into the ground by some authoritarian piece of fucking shit.
Stand by your back. Stand by your back. Stand by your back.
Policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent. Your every move in both your home and the outside world is under constant surveillance by a criminal elite who operate above the law. As we are constantly under the microscope, their activities remain in the shadows. Obama extended diplomatic immunity to Interpol with Executive Order 12,425. The policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent.
We will incarcerate people preventively. Preventive incarceration. Indefinite detention without trial. That's what this is. We're not prosecuting them for past crimes, but we need to keep them in prison because of our expectation of their future crimes.
The policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent.
Stand by your back. Stand by your back. Stand by your back.
The policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent. The police officer is a dangerous and practiced adversary to anyone who stands in the way of police safety. The police officer is a dangerous and practiced adversary to anyone who stands in the way of police safety.
Every day in America, police cross the line and abuse citizens. Every day in America, police get away with that.
This handheld device called the Range R can see through walls. It's already in the hands of dozens of police departments across the country.
Stand by your back. Stand by your back. Stand by your back.
The policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent.
All of us need to demand a Congress brave enough to stand up to the gun lobby's lies.
Well, is that so? Tommy and Paul are spurting. Well, do you expect anything less? You know, I did I did write a cute little song whenever I found out that Illumitami had been double teamed. Yes, it is true. And here is Illumitami describing his experience of being double teamed.
When I was talking about the semen retention thing being the Jesus story, it also goes into that fruit of the knowledge of rectum. I got double teamed. Semen retention. I got double teamed. Semen retention. I got double teamed. And that will keep me from finger fucking anyone in the rectum.
Tiny down there.
I just finger fucked it. I got double teamed. And that will keep me from finger fucking anyone in the rectum.
Tiny down there.
I just finger fucked it. I got double teamed. And that will keep me from finger fucking anyone in the rectum. I got double teamed. I got double teamed. When I was talking about the semen retention thing being the Jesus story, it also goes into that fruit of the knowledge of rectum.
Tiny down there.
Was that an open offer? I got double teamed. And that will keep me from finger fucking anyone in the future.
Tiny down there.
Was that an open offer? I got double teamed. And that will keep me from finger fucking rectum. I got double teamed. I got double teamed. And that will keep me from finger fucking rectum.
Tiny down there.
Was that an open offer? And that will keep me from finger fucking rectum. I got double teamed. Semen retention. I got double teamed. Semen retention. I got double teamed. And that will keep me from finger fucking anyone in the future.
Thank you, Tom. Those are great final words.
Tiny down there.
Was that an open offer?
Well, now, I suppose Tommy didn't like getting double teamed, and it will keep him out of your rectum. It would seem also that OTW and El Perro have a little hang up. Something about I don't know, man. Some underage situation going on. White van, free candy, conversation. OTW, El Perro. Scary shit, you dumb motherfuckers.
You bitch ass slaves.
This
bitch cop, a female cop, gonna charge a 12-year-old girl with pornography because she was solicited by an adult male and sent him nude pictures. You bitch ass slaves. Never mind the adult male. No, he didn't do anything wrong. This is what happens when you call the police. You bitch ass slaves. Well, just a little promotion on promotion, if you don't mind. I normally don't do it, but I'm going to be doing my live tonight here. We're doing some more shorts. So that little thing I mentioned earlier about the little 12-year-old girl that took some photographs and sent them to a full grown adult, and that's Pink Camera Magic. Go ahead and check her out. She's got 71,000 subscribers. Puts out great content, and that's where we need to gather is in platforms like that. You bitch! Slaves!
All right, man. Much love, Wizard. Everybody go check Wizard out. For whoever's not subscribed, go show him some sub love right away. Check out Mr. El Thoreau's channel. He has multiple channels. Word Wizard, El Thoreau, Heckle Bus. Go check him out. Love and
You bitch! Slaves!
All right, just see you having some fun.
Crusade is the community. Undoubtedly.
He's Merlin, man.
You bitch! Slaves!
I'm beginning to wonder if there's any of these goddamn platform operators out there that don't have some sick fucking hang up trying to hide their fucking degenerative minds behind the image of some type of what? Information, entertainment. Fact is, you're sick fucking money grubbers. You have no lives and nothing better to do. But you have now become my fucking entertainment. And I'm not through with you by a hell of a sight, Cage. Mr. Cage. You need to get a fucking reality. And Beck, what a piece of fuck. Come on. And if that was you that showed up here last night and clicked the link to get on my fucking panel, you're going to have to do a little bit more than just have an icon and a name. Or maybe you became so popular amongst the trolls and the fucking losers that they're using your name and your icon. I don't know. Could be one way or the other. Regardless, if you're going to show up at my fucking channel and you're going to be in my fucking backstage and you're bearing the name Bex, you might want to prove yourself. Otherwise, I'm just going to fucking ban you. Truly. Don't need your shit. And you're not very fucking entertaining, to say the least. But anyhow, for those of you who think that maybe somewhere along the line I actually give a fuck, well, here you go. Here's a whole fucking barrel for you.
Trembling with horror and throbbing with emotion. Trembling with horror. Trembling with horror. Trembling with horror. Trembling with horror. Welcome to hell.
All of my most sensitive areas were inflamed. My extremities pulsating with tingling sensation.
Welcome to hell.
Have we seen the actual reality of a monstrous crime? Or merely an illusion, the product of a tortured brain?
Obsessed with the taste of flesh.
He was cruel and a sadist.
Swaying back and forth. A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip.
A beautiful thing taking me away.
one had a bad trip.
A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip.
A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip. It was all very good.
Sucking the hallucinatory acid into the system.
My head is spinning. My head is spinning. My head is spinning.
Sucking the hallucinatory acid into the system.
My head is spinning. My head is spinning. My head is spinning.
Sucking the hallucinatory acid into the system.
No one had a bad trip.
The mind of man rests on a delicate balance between reality, the world of light, and the other, darker world below the threshold of consciousness. Welcome to hell.
You. Do you know that?
We're happy to have you with us tonight and hope you'll come back often.
And I'm not giving a one of those motherfuckers away to anybody. And if it was Snafu, well, Snafu, I didn't want to really even give you any fucking energy. The same as Regent Stephanie. But you really fucking pushed me. So I guess you wanted my fucking attention. And you got it. In the community post today, I put Truthers Gone Gay, where Snafu does a small vocal appearance explaining that he acquired immunodeficiency while in prison. And I posted it in the chat earlier, a link, and I have an entire section of samples of Snafu. Stay on your own fucking channel and out of my goddamn backyard, boy. And if you ever admit on a live again that you fucking violated my HIPAA when you didn't, you want to talk about prosecution, boy? I will nail your ass to the fucking wall. Don't ever come to my goddamn channel and talk about violating my HIPAA. You stupid, fucking, ignorant piece of shit wannabe Hindu. You're a disgrace to your culture. And none of them can stand you anyhow. Especially the more enlightened community that I belong to and deal with that are Hindu. If you ever come here again, boy, or I will release more information about you as entertainment than you will ever be able to handle or ward off on this goddamn fucking metaverse. Stay in your own lane, your own goddamn backyard. And that goes for all you little punk motherfuckers. You're all a bunch of fucking low-level pieces of shit. Make me fucking sick. Absolutely fucking detestable. I expect no less from shallow-minded, underdeveloped, bipedal excuses for humans. What pieces of shit you truly are. Unfucking believable. But that's okay. You will learn the hard way. You know what? I don't give a fuck about whether you're afraid, scared, fucking sarcasm. You're not even fucking speaking anything original, nothing new. That is the lowest level of attempting a fucking thought that's ever come up in my fucking chat. Wow. Be careful. You better nurture that fucking thought. It may die of loneliness. You know, fuck, man. Hold on. Yep. Oh, shit. It died of loneliness. The only fucking thought that could be mustered from this idiot. Oh, well, I suppose there's several more of you out there that are attempting to muster up some type of thought. Not that I expect much out of you. Yeah, I've really considered today, because today is the 6th day of a 28-day ritual. And so far, this being the 6th day, 6th hour, and 6th minute of this endeavor, it seems that not only have I revealed these people for what they are by allowing them to open those fucking mouths, but they seem to have disappeared. They have vanished. Wow. No Cage. He hasn't even went live. Where's Mouthy Little Bex at now? Where's the fucking train hopping Unabomber that threatened to send bombs to my house? Yeah, that's what I thought. And one that is truly missing in action, KC. I thought they had more resistance and resolve in them, but obviously they have about as much fucking faith as the faceless, and that's the majority of you. What's this? Yeah, that's right, because I don't like to expose myself to stupidity. And there's only one person in my chat that I've seen so far, besides myself, that has said anything intelligent at all. Now, if you learn to say something fucking intelligent, maybe I will allow that comment to stay. Oh, we have someone in the back. Let's see. Let's see who this brave soul is. Oh my God. It's Mr. Caged Reality himself. Zypher, are you still there? Hello, Zypher. Well, I suppose I'll have to inform Cage personally before he comes up here. Not only did I review the videos, you dumb fuck, but if you look in the comment section of the evil live streams that I do, you will see that Zypher went through and verified that you're so full of fucking shit with lies, deception, that you couldn't even fucking speak about something you had just said and verify it 5 minutes earlier. So all this bullshit you give, whenever you say, I didn't do that, I didn't do that, I didn't do that, well, you motherfucker, you did do that. So I sent many people on a quest. Zypher was the most successful because she seems to be very dedicated to stopping bullshit universally And you are universal bullshit. You have no substance to you, Cage. You have no mechanical knowledge of the workings of anything except maybe how to run your mouth, talk over people, deny your own bullshit. You are a pathetic, disgusting disgrace to the human race. Truly. And if I let you up here, you better mind your P's and Q's. Because I have the devil with me. I have my father Lucifer with me. And he told me to block you from this channel, remove you from my fucking world, and continue with my blood ritual. Careful, motherfucker. Daddy told me to ban you.
The only truthful thing out of that was when you're like, "Oh my God, yeah, yeah." Keep saying it.
Yeah, Mike, I'm interested in seeing you here because I talked to you at Jeff's and you never responded, man.
Or is that like his gay saying his friend like he is? Okay, cool.
Shut the fuck up, Cage. You're about to get banned.
Good. Fuck. You said I'm hiding, right? And then when I show up, it's like, "Oh, I'm gonna ban you. I'll let you." You want me to show up, don't you? I could leave.
I don't give a fuck whether you're here or not. You've done proving yourself a liar.
Okay.
You did it for 5 fucking days in a row.
We're gonna do a ritual with you on camera next time, okay?
You're not gonna get that chance. Oh, we have
I don't play with chances.
KC in the back. Well, hold on, kid.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you're threatening people's family and all that.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi.
Yeah, I am, and I stay that way quite often.
Well played. How are you?
Better than you.
Okay. So I had a couple questions for you.
I may not answer them.
That's fine. I just wanted to know, I know your birthday is on Wednesday. I wanted to see if you knew the time of your birth, since you're an Aries. I wanted to
Oh,
see
I know
if you
the
knew.
exact time, date, fucking everything. Certainly do.
Do you know your
You
moon
don't
and
know,
rising?
do you?
I was going to see if you knew your moon and rising signs. If you didn't, I would do it for you.
No, I don't need that from you.
Okay. As long as you have it. I was going to give that to you.
Yeah, well, I don't need any fucking gifts from you.
Okay.
I don't need fuck from you.
Okay. So in other news, I too have done some reviewing of the recent videos, and I have some timestamps I'd like to share with you based on each date.
So?
Okay. Would you like me to share them with you, or would you like me to speak to them, or how would you like to proceed?
If you got something to say, fucking say it.
Okay, well, on March 14th, on your video where I fell asleep, at the 2-hour 10 mark and 46-second timestamp, you had said a nice prayer for me, and I appreciated that. The next day, March 15th, at timestamp 11:30, you and I had a really nice heart-to-heart. You told me not to let it out, but, you know, you are somewhat empathetic, and we both got a little emotional during that moment, and I thanked you for it, and I thank you for your support. March 26th, at the 21:17 mark, this was after the model was made, you were very happy, and also on that date, March 26th, at the 1 hour, 25 minute and 51 mark, You said it was done, and it was the first time I actually saw it. You had shown me what you had done. Again, I was a little surprised. That was all. Shock and surprise, shock and awe. March 28th, at the 12323 mark, I asked about your intent. You said it was benign. March 29th, this was a big day. At the 56-minute and 10 mark, I take complete accountability. 6 hours later, 6 hours and 15 minutes and 20 seconds, I took accountability. And once again, Axel said it was benign. And at the 6 hour, 17 minute, I apologize and express my appreciation for your time and effort. So those were the interactions that I had personally. The only thing other piece I can offer is when on Cage's live and he, takes them down. When he was playing his video, I said, not only once, but twice, I said verbatim, I don't think you should play this. And then Cage, I wouldn't play this. Then he switched it to the owl's background. Once again, Casey fell asleep. So anything that happened after that, I was not engaged in.
Wonderful. Are you done?
I am.
Good. Don't ever come back to my fucking channel. Stay as far the fuck away from me as you humanly possibly can. Fuck you. Now I just banned a bitch. You got something
Can't
to say,
handle
boy?
it? You can't handle it, boy? Can't handle it, boy? Oh, I'm gonna burn Bibles and threaten people's family. And then, look, you have your little boyfriend. You threaten a government employee. Yeah, they work for me, pussy. Just like your little Lucifer does, yeah? Go fuck yourself.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, your daddy
Did
works for me.
stupid
Your
finally
daddy
fall
works
out
for
of your
me,
mouth completely?
stupid.
You have nothing
Your
left to
daddy
say?
works for me, dumbass. Okay? You know what time it is?
Yeah,
Look at
that's
the
what I
clock.
thought.
What time
Push
is
you
it?
right back
What
in the
time
back,
is it?
stupid.
What
Where you
time is it,
belong.
stupid? What time is it?
Jeez. I think the whole amount of fucking stupid just fell out of his fucking mouth and he has nothing left to say. What an empty fucking brain now. A communist Canadian zombie. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, well, you know what, Cage? I'm not going to communicate or allow you to communicate in my fucking chat, okay? Because you were suggested by my father, Lucifer, to absolutely ban you from my fucking channel. So, shut your fucking mouth in my fucking chat. And Mike, I don't know, man. I'll let you up. But I came on Jets and told you, I stood behind you. I stood with you, especially whenever I seen the Catholic participate in satanic blood ritual. Well, you weren't participating in my blood ritual at all. So that kind of pissed me off that they would give you credit for participating in my blood ritual. And as far as Cage, yeah, I stepped back. I let you have at him. He seems to think that you were ineffective. I thought it was funny as fuck. But if you're going to stand beside me, you're going to stand with this channel or even be a part of it, then do so openly. Do not hide your involvement with this channel. Stand your fucking ground, man. Stand your goddamn ground like a man. I love this shit, man. This is almost as good as doing drugs. It's like shutting up stupid. It's like calling the echoes of stupid across the metaverse. All you got to do is hit a fucking button because they think they're relevant. They think they're significant. They think they hold some type of relevancy to my fucking world. The only relevancy that you hold is displaying your stupidity or being my absolute fucking entertainment. Oh, no, I'm beyond a blocking and mod god. I just don't put up with fucking stupid people. Nor will I subject people with any intelligence to stupid people, especially in the chat. There you go, dumbasses. Now, anybody else got something stupid to fucking say? Because I'll knock you the fuck out of here just as easy as I have everybody else. I have a blood ritual and a show to perform, and you are my entertainment. But if you can't be entertaining, you will be removed. Now, let's continue forward. Obviously, I find it amazingly humorous that Cage finally run out of stupid shit to say. That is so profound to me, so absolutely beyond me, that I'm stupefied. Another mindless fucking Canadian. I don't know. It's profound. It's absolutely profound. Let's see. Ritual. Lots of my friends do rituals. Lots of my friends practice Satanism. Lots of my friends and associates from the cult of Axis are Satanists, Luciferians, devil worshippers, demon summoners. Yeah. I was going to put a link up in a video to the cult of Axis, but then I don't want as much stupidity there that comes here. That's my altar there. See that? Isn't that beautiful? That's my kitchen one. But I figured if I was to put any indication that my channel was there on Facebook as a group, I would have to continually be dismissing requests and vetting people, and my administrators would go completely fucking insane dealing with the stupidity from YouTube. So I don't allow that to happen. I was going to, but then I thought twice about it. You don't deserve it. You do not deserve it. Nor are you worthy of it. Here I can have entertainment. Wow. Sorry, Zypher. Are you being subjected to massive stupidity in the chat? I noticed dumbass KC was intelligent enough to at least see that I wasn't malevolent, but she wasn't smart enough to research his Cage and his contradictions, his bullshit, his lies and denial. What the fuck? Maybe they're having some kind of weird metaversal sexual thing going on. I don't know, man. I can't prove anything, but you know, it is what it is. And yeah, I was benign. and she lost a friend. And Cage, well, he is now not only proven to be, but witnessed and documented as being so full of fucking shit. He denies what he just fucking says, redirects, manipulates, and has nothing of value that he can put forth from his mouth. And I am going to have to block him from my channel to continue this blood ritual. And it's not just you, Cage. Bex, JG, KC, oh, you're all four in that fucking pot. Not just Cage. All fucking four of you. And yes, my most wonderful and esteemed I suppose you would call him a guiding influence in my life. Told me to get rid of Cage from this channel lest he infect those who have common sense here with his level of stupidity. So if you are, by any shape, form, means, or manner, associated in any way with Cage Reality, stay the fuck away from my channel. You're not welcome here. You're not wanted here. Lest you find yourself underneath of a bad moon. Are you not modded? We're going to have to take care of that. Sorry about that, Treasure. There you go. Now you can hold your own in the fucking chat room. And if anybody speaks any stupidity, get rid of them. You're welcome to them. Because I've got things to do here. And I can't pay attention to stupidity there. And I'm sure that you're quite aware of those who belong and those who do not. Now, in my endeavors, and upon my journeys, I have found many, many situations and times that I was in a state of distress, duress, and absolute wit's end. And I went to this conceptual, idealistic Christian God at one time before I realized that that is not even a fucking representation of an identifiable deity. Now, that which created all that is, the creator of all things, does not have a divided kingdom. His kingdom is whole, and it has functional working parts. But without an adversary, he has nothing to define himself with. So it is a part of the mechanics that Lucifer exists, which is only mentioned once in Latin in the Christian canon. And it doesn't identify whether it's talking about the one you call the Christed one, or whether it's talking about a fallen angel, one of the most profound angels ever created. Or maybe they're fucking one and the same. But I do know the kingdom is not divided. It's fully functional. It doesn't have an equation that comes up with a derivative that is incorrect. And whether you like it or not, whenever the one you call the adversary or Satan was supposedly tempting your Christed one, it was made abundantly fucking clear that he owns all the kingdoms of the earth. As a matter of fact, he is the Lord of this particular place. And the principality of the air, which means your Wi-Fi, your cell phone, your TV, your radio, all the fucking things that work off of a signal that flows through the air, he has absolute authority over. Now, do you think that you hold any relevancy whatsoever if you do not respect and pay homage to the one that truly rules? You are a kingdom divided within yourself, and therefore you will be discarded. And I'm cool with that. Quite so. But I will allow a moment of humility. I'm going to humble myself. And I'm going to allow you to see me in a moment of weakness. A great moment of weakness. And you can make fun of it. You can spread it around. You can sample it. You can do whatever the fuck you want with it. It means shit to me. And you'll find that in this particular situation, God, your genocidal, murderous creator, just really was entirely too disappointing.
Hello, God. It's me again. Do you remember me? You should. You've taken everything that I've ever loved. Everything that I've ever loved. You've taken everything that I've ever loved. You've taken everything that I've ever loved. Hello, God. Do you remember me? You should. You've taken everything that I've ever loved. It's me again. Do you remember me? It's me again. Do you remember me? You should. Do you remember me? You should. Do you remember me? Do you remember me? Love. Hello, God. Do you remember God? Hello, God. It's me again. It's me again. It's me again. It's me again. God. It's me again. God.
There you go, you sorry sons of bitches. There was my moment of weakness. And what God took away, Lucifer gave right back in abundance. I was liberated from religious slavery and the ideal and concept that I have to bow and serve and worship. What? God? Or is it the version of God that you guys murdered? That you wear the device of his demise around your necks? You dumb son of a bitches. If he was the Christed one, and he was the sacrificial lamb, well, you definitely are honoring his existence by putting him right back around your neck with the device that you murdered him on. I, on the other hand, I would not wear such a thing. I think it is a complete blasphemous thing to do. Thus, I invert my cross to free the Christed one so that he can find the same liberation that I have. Thus, so did Peter, the rock which founded the Roman Catholic Church. Wow. Scary, huh? Black mass rituals, they mirror Catholic rituals. The eating of the Eucharist, the sacrament, cannibalism, flesh, blood, wafer, wine. And that same Roman Catholic Church was the one that helped to generate and spawn what you now have as a religion. For if it wasn't for the original Church of Rome, which was allowed by Constantine II due to politics and little letters put together as books that they did later on to devise some type of coherency of control, and then immediately took that book and went and slaughtered the indigenous people of Mesoamerica. Convert or die. Sound familiar? Yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, put your Christed one back up on the cross. Wear the device of his demise and stand on that mount, the skull mount. And you might as well be scoffers, or maybe even ones that poked him with a spear to make sure that he was dead when water ran from his ribs. Because even Simon was terrified dragging that fucking cross for your Christed one who was pulled from the crowd. Do you know anything about that story? You pathetic pieces of shit. That's not how it happened. Oh, well then, fuck. Let me drop the link and you come up here and you fucking tell me how it happened. Brainiac. I would love to hear your version because I can verify mine. I truly can. And if you had any knowledge of what you speak of, you would be able to verify it too. But you're one of the mindless, indoctrinated pieces of shit that's probably never even read the entire scripture, more or less the 88 books of the Catholic canon. Or any of the other non-canon books that are available. No, I'm sure you were spoon-fed your information. And I imagine you ate it up just like the fucking digital drug that you're addicted to here. You sad little fuck. Told you I didn't want stupidity in my fucking chat. And what's the first thing out of your fucking mouth? Poser? Well, you know where the link is. And seeing since I gave you a chance, you were just gonna have to be put away, man. Try again tomorrow. But the link is there. If you had the fucking nerve, the education, and the intelligence to actually solidify what you say. Dumb shit. And I ain't even hitting them with frequencies tonight. If I was to hit this motherfucking channel with frequencies tonight, it would be totally off the hook. I don't think I would be able to keep up with booting, kicking, deleting, and banning people. At the moment, this channel is frequency free as far as what I would administer. So, I will continue forward. And seeing since you don't understand what you do and you can't comprehend the blasphemous nature of wearing a Roman device of torture and crucifixion around your fucking neck, identifies you. And it's interesting that it's in the shape of a T. Tammuz. Do you know anything about that particular god? And another particular thing that most people don't realize is there is no J in the Hebrew language. The J didn't come about until around the 13th, 15th century. But you know what? If you take the J and you alter it just a little, does Z-E-U-S mean anything to you? Zeus? Jesus? Jesus? maybe you should search the origins of that name. Because they hid within that name the name of the one true God that society believed in. Because they were in control and in power in Israel at that time. But I suppose you would have to research that on your own because I'm not going to fucking think for you. I just enjoy watching your ignorance. Super serious? No. More so amused at the stupidity. Let's see who we got back here. Mike. And it's Izzy. My news. Where have you been? Oh, so good to see you. Oh, Izzy.
Hello, Access. Hello, Mike.
Good to hear your voice.
Hello.
We came at the same time or something.
Sorry, my
Before the
cunt, my
big,
cunt is on fire. My bad.
before the big rich. Oh, this is no. You can have him.
No,
I mean, this is
that is
just.
the deceiver. Once again, trying to
This is
deceive.
all stupid. I mean, okay, I know you're doing the big. Sorry, I'm just coming off, but you're doing the big ritual tonight, right?
Oh yeah, this is a 28-day ritual, and it's a blood ritual, and I
Okay.
am offering up many versions of different religions as a sacrament
So
to
tonight
a
is not
daughter.
just. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I said tonight is not just the ritual. I mean, you see, I don't know magic. I've never looked into it. It's probably even my ignorance, but I've just, even though I'm Hindu, I've just been grown with other kinds of things, But
Well, see,
yours
when I
is
told
different.
you,
Yeah.
when I told you that I was of the Naga and the
The
Shiva,
snake. Yeah.
then you understand the
Yeah, that I
potential.
do. Hmm.
Okay. Whenever you have deception, the Nataraj is such a wonderful dance to give Brahma a chance to regenerate the truth
Yeah.
so Vishnu can sustain. Now, do you understand that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Because I give you a lot of credit. I do think that you are capable
Is it
of.
because I'm Indian or Hindu? I was raised Hindu. I mean, I wasn't
No,
very.
I explained it.
Yeah.
I think you're capable of going to even darker places than I am.
Maybe because the good thing was I wasn't give it like a organized religion. I didn't go. I did go to a school that was Catholic, but I didn't really participate.
Well,
did go
good.
to
Then you
this.
can confirm what I just said
Yeah.
about the cross.
Yeah.
Is it not true?
It is.
Okay. And the history that I gave on the beginnings of the Roman Catholic Church? The Council of Nicaea, the beginning? Yeah. Is that not factual?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to misinform any dumbass out there and maybe put an intelligent fucking fact in their head.
I just wouldn't put a lot of energy on these people. I mean, this is my, I came a little bit new to you on your. I'm just being honest with you. I do enjoy talking to you, and just we can openly talk. We're very different people, for sure.
Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah. I
And the
don't think
difference
that.
is sometimes is what I like because I like to be open, and your show had a lot of people,
It
openly
still does.
talking. A lot of women, you had a lot of. I mean,
I explained yesterday, Callie, why I did what I did, and I'm going to
no,
explain
I
it to you.
completely understand. So
They
I'm just
could
a
not
little new. You know,
go.
I was very loyal. If you think about it, when I was back in the other TSN, you know, I didn't go. I didn't hop on other
I don't ask for your
people's.
loyalty.
Yeah, you don't?
No, I
Okay.
just ask that you be real, authentic.
Yeah. I
That's it.
appreciate that. You know, that's all I want, just to be real. But
I
then,
ask nothing of you.
but the
I
thing
did
is, you
ask
know,
if you would be my muse, but that's up to you.
yeah.
You know, all that is me being able to endeavor into darker places with a muse, a understanding that somebody out there might possibly understand where I'm going with this. Whether they agree or not doesn't matter. But
So
it
so
is
basically
the
use me.
mind,
Okay. Sorry.
well, as a potential for
Mm.
how far I think that you might be able to go. It's almost like looking at a rose or a flower or a poison orchid or maybe even some belladonna, nightshade. Though those flowers go from benign to absolutely malevolent, they are all inspiring nonetheless. People who are allergic to poison ivy generally don't roll around in poison ivy or poison oak or sumac because they're allergic to it. But knowledge of good, evil, light, dark, it's just knowledge. That's all it is. It's information. Just like looking at a flower, it is a flower. It isn't until you ingest it
Mm-hmm.
that you find out the effects of it. So what? Are you trying to ingest what I'm saying?
No.
Good. And what fun.
You know, I'm just here to support you, and hopefully we can all openly talk with each other differences, not just you, but with every other people. That's what it's about. This whole not a stupid fucking Jerry Springer. I hate to even say that word because it's overused in this fucking panelverse.
Why, I was on Springer.
I've participated. I sometimes I watch and channel and stuff. You know, it's kind of like you're infected, even if you don't. Those channels you just don't enjoy. They just don't give you any kind of joy. It's drama.
I'm not.
Or the repetitive, like the same old like thing that they talk about. I don't know.
Oh, you think that I'm talking about things that other people are talking about?
No, I don't think you do that with. I
Have
think
you
other
been
people-
watching the last 5 days?
No, I think you don't do that. I didn't say that.
I would say if you do, I want to know who is doing it because I would subscribe to their channel immediately.
No, I've never seen your channel talk about other people. So.
Oh, I am now.
Oh, you are?
Not in the way that you would think, but yeah, I'm calling out their bullshit, their lies.
You do have a lot of haters. I mean, even if you see
Yeah, I
the
do.
chat, the majority is the haters. They're not going to come up. Don't have any balls. They're just. But you do. I mean, I like that you just brought everyone, no matter even if they were the trolls. You know, just like the fucking. The lowest of the
let
lowest
me-
scums. What are you gonna do? I mean,
Let me explain something to you, Callie, so that you understand. Pam, Mystical Musings.
yeah, she's your girl. She
Oh,
is
hold
your
on,
girl.
hold on. Whoa. Please,
Okay.
let me speak.
Go ahead.
Pam's Mystical Music. Mac. Fools and Tools. Maggot. All these people that left wonderful messages in my chat and would even show up on panel and have interactions with me.
Mhm.
I did not want to drag them into this darkness because I know they would not be able to endeavor into this type of darkness.
And they're really good
But
people. Actually, they're
knowing
all
them,
been nice to
yes,
me.
that's why,
Yeah.
please,
Sorry.
that is why it was by interacting with them that I knew in one phrase how to get them to remove themselves from my channel so that they did not have to endeavor into this darkness. So I would rather sacrifice my friendship with them to endeavor into what I'm doing now than to drag them into this and into a darkness that may infect them, consume them, and overcome them because I don't think that they're strong enough to handle it. Nor do I think that they're capable of treading through this type of vile, infected energy without it intrusively infecting them. So I sacrificed my friendship with them to endeavor forward, to call out conniving, lying disruptors, especially ones who tried to violate me. This is a solo journey. That's why I didn't ask anybody to come along. And when it's over, it's over. They can either show their high vibing love and support by forgiveness, or they can just stay the fuck out of my life completely because they never had the faith to endeavor forward. I knew where they stopped. I knew their safety protocols. I knew where they could not go. And that's where I was headed. Now, whether they can recover from that is on them, because I don't hold any animosity against Pam, Maggot, Fools and Tools. None of them. I think they're wonderful people who had plenty to share. But I wasn't going to drag them here. You understand that?
I get it. Because I actually, can I speak now?
Yeah, please.
I mean, as I said, I've just been here for a short time, but as you said, all the names you said, Maggot and Fools and Tools, they've all been really nice and welcoming. I didn't go to a lot of channels. As I said, I don't like hopping on different people's panels. I just one or two, and I just, I didn't really watch you before I was even in the Sanity Machine. I just, so all this thing that you're doing is even new to me. I mean, I'm just open. I'm just a very open-minded person, So I'm not like judging you or anything. I come to your
That's
show
why
just
you're on
for
my
my choice.
channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can travel to this darkness
Mhm.
without it bothering you. It doesn't infect you. It has no effect on you. The same way that
Yeah.
I can only go so far with Zypher because she is universal balance in motion. And I can
Yeah. I
appreciate
don't know
that
that
about
well,
her.
but yeah, if you say that, yeah.
Well, that's what she displays.
Hmm. I mean,
She
I think
is a
you've talked to her
witness.
for a long time. Hmm.
Yeah, she's a witness. She can
Yeah.
identify falsehood. I appreciate that. That's universal witnessing. But all the rest of them, when I was being attacked and they couldn't hold their ground to even be in defense of my position, I knew I had to sacrifice them to get this done. I'm just very fortunate that I have Zypher and I have you. And outside of that, I've got my surrogate dad and Lucifer. No one else was able to come here with me. Nor was I going to bring them. I told you I was an omnius. All religions, all beliefs, all mystery schools, and I will utilize the most powerful aspects of any and all of them when I need to. I don't live for other people. I
See,
live for
I'm the
me.
opposite, but I still respect what you believe in. It's different.
I believe in truth, which is
Mhm.
basically mathematics. I
Truth can
understand.
get jaded, though. It can be, I
No,
don't know.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. I believe that the most absolute truth you're going to find is written within this creation. And you know what that is? Mathematics of many degrees. Whether it be Fibonacci, divine proportion, basic simple mathematics, all the way to the potentials of quantum potentiality to entanglement. That's when you pull something in potential to a mathematical equation that is relevant to the construct that you're living in. That's language is based off of measurement. There is nothing here that you cannot measure.
See, I was taught that God is in you, you know. You don't
No,
have to go
God is
anywhere.
everything.
It is everything, but it's also in you. So you don't have to go to like an organized church or to do some kind of chanting or even like meditation. It's if
Well,
you
see, that's
wanted to,
because,
if it was but that was just because I'm saying I'm Hindu, the background that I was with my family, you know, and with my dad, and it was
that's
spiritual
because,
because it was a deep understanding. And also doing these prayers, the Bhagavad Gita, which is from the ancient.
yeah,
They said before we even came here as human beings, because it says in the Bhagavad Gita, all it was written like we were like energy,
yeah,
and it was male, female, and then we formed, kind of like how they talk about clay turning into like flesh, just kind of like that
well,
same that Bhagavad Gita is based on that, you know.
yes,
But
I'm very familiar.
so yeah,
The thing is all these people divide God. They divide his kingdom. They divide themselves. They divide everything. But in actuality, the truth of the nature is the kingdom divided cannot stand. He created it all. Good, evil, happiness, sadness, the ability for a uh, binary or a proxy consciousness to interact with this physical golem that was created to interact with this particular dimension to what we represent in the digital world of math on these devices, which is equations interpreted of our personality in coherent equations, at least some of us. Nothing is divided. It's all a part of the workings of the whole. You understand that? Do you think God was, and I'm talking God as in the creator of all that you're capable of understanding and more, and so far beyond my concept that I don't dare define him. But I do know the nature of the beast that rules this fucking earth, this construct, this plane of existence. and I know how to sit on its throne with it. Because I don't divide kingdoms, I unite them. Which should have been a lesson that was bestowed on those that attacked Krishna, those that crucified the Christed one for the Hebrews.
Krishna was Jesus. Same character, everything.
Well, that's why I'm showing the fact that the adversary is necessary to
Yeah.
define the other half of creation. Both of them function together to define one another. They're not
Yeah.
separate. They accent one another. That's why yin and yang is such a profound symbol that nobody seems to comprehend. But boy, they fucking wear it all over the place and talk about it. But they don't comprehend it. Because they think
Just
in
the
two
opposite
dimensions.
effects, the opposite of sex, positive, negative,
Yeah.
male, female.
And they accent one another. That's why there's a
Mhm.
little representation of each and each.
Yeah.
Well, I understand that because I understand the language of creation. I see beyond two dimensions because I relax my eyes and allow my mind to see for me. I'm not limited with my five senses here, where most are. They're led and guided. Mine, I have fun with. I experience special effects with different additives. I'm able to regenerate this body using the blood of rats.
I know that is crazy. You were actually injecting, like I get.
So,
Correct me if I'm wrong. No, I'm just saying, like I'm just like impressed. I'm not
I
trying
don't
to
suggest that anybody
access.
do it, and this is not
I
medical
know.
advice.
I'm not okay. I'm not saying loud.
No, I was saying that for YouTube. Go ahead.
No, I didn't want to say it loud, so please don't. I mean, I'm just saying, like nobody. I don't think I know there's anybody who would have the stamina to like actually do
Half of my
that.
blood is probably vermin.
And how many
Rat.
rats do you like? Where do you get them from?
There is a particular place, because I'm surrounded by colleges, where you can buy research rats, but I do not kill them.
Hmm.
I will
Lab
not kill a
rats?
rat. Yeah.
Okay.
And then I have my pet rat, which last night I was going
So
to,
you won't. Okay, you won't kill your rat. So how do you get those rats die, right? Or
they
you
die.
just get their blood?
They don't have very long lifespans. And
How do they die? Oh, okay. So they die, and that's how you take the blood out after they die?
yeah, that's why I keep one rat as a pet. And they generally don't last very long as pets. Rat, which was a genetically hairless rat that I had for about 2 years. That's why I mummified her and put her in
I
that
remember you
jar
showed me the.
on the altar. Yeah,
Yeah,
2 years. That is
that's a
a
long
hell of a
time.
long time. Yeah,
Rats don't live that long.
no,
I don't think so.
no, they don't. And then I've got Rat. She is now trained, and she's my best friend. So the maze that I had made to test the intelligence level of the lab rats, I'm giving that to Rat because I can design them something else. But that turned out so geometrically correct that I think she deserves a reward for being such a loyal friend. So I'm going to give that particular maze to Rat. She's right beside me. And she is my best friend.
She'll enjoy using it.
I'm sorry?
You made the maze, right?
Yeah, I made all that. Yeah, I showed it yesterday or the day before.
Yeah.
I can't
Yeah.
remember. No,
Again, I've
I've
never
been
met
out.
anyone who has a rat. Like for me, I'm just like
You have a
my
temple in India dedicated to the rat,
the rat is
and
worship.
they feed these rats offerings. Very familiar with them. Very familiar with the temple.
Well, Indians actually worship like a lot of life, just different kinds of
You
animals,
have
and
over,
it's very fluid, with nature.
yeah,
And then, so even when you go to India, it's very like the cows are just walking with the people, the stray dogs, and then there's other animals, but they're all kind of like amongst each other, if you know what I mean. But
yeah, I
so
do. Because believe me, when I tell you I was in a Hindu community, obviously I have studied quite deeply.
you went to India?
No, I haven't went. But if I
Okay.
go, I would want to go to the
You'd love
Himalayas.
it, huh? You'd be
I
a
don't know
rock
about
star
that,
there. You'd be a rock
but
star with your, your cowboy hat and your. They would stare. They would stare at your access. I'm just saying how Indian people are,
they
just
do
the way
that
you
here.
are.
And I know, when I was first
You were
brought
more,
into,
but they'd be endeared. They'd just be like deer in headlight, but almost like what, like what?
well, I tell you, whenever I first started communicating, because see, when I was in my very first mental institution, I read the autobiography of the
Oh yeah, that's
Yogananda.
a very popular. Yeah,
Yeah, that was my introduction
that came
into
out
Hinduism.
not a couple of years ago, I think.
No, that was 1988,
Oh, long time ago.
89 is when I read that book.
1989. Wow.
88 is when I read it.
Did you read it when it came out?
No, it had been out.
Okay.
See, I had a yogi who was not allowed to admit his faith in the institution. And for some reason, whenever I got a pass, it was on the day that Yogananda chose to die. And on that day, I purchased the autobiography of the yoga, not knowing that that was the day he died. And I come back in, and Randy noticed that I had that book. And he began to take me into the day room, quiet room, and we would meditate. Quite an experience. And then from that moment on, I was really adept to learning the whole Hindu culture and the aspects and the aspect. Period. It's not a religion. It's a philosophy. It's a way of life. It's a living, breathing prana type thing. But it has aspects. That's why things are done in the art the way they are. They are aspects of the same God.
Yeah, even in like the like the dust, the pollution, the smell, the filth, and then personal space. There's a lot of beauty in India. Just if you really just if
The
you're
temples.
like a very like a simpleton, feeble person, just lives in his hotel, goes on the fucking tours, paid for package, gets that hotel meals, whatever. But I'm saying somebody who just takes that experience and sees how they really live. It could be really like very eye-opening, but also you'll also be very grateful.
They
And
don't
there's a lot of
understand that
darkness
here in
there,
the
but there's
West.
also a lot of beauty there. And the kids are really, really smart there, like the street kids. They know how to read people. They know how to like hustle, basically, just to get
Right.
money.
Well,
So
the westernized concept of Hinduism and meditation and yoga is a commercial endeavor.
yeah.
And that's where it loses its value in the West. So once you detach the money and the personal ideal for some type of priest, guru, teacherhood, and you just take it on as a personal interest and a philosophy, it's very beneficial and it serves well. That's why I utilize it. See, I don't know if you know it or not, but Snafu, whenever me and him first encountered each other, and I told him that I hung out in a Hindu community, he threw a fucking fit saying he was Indian. And that's fine.
He's not Hindu.
But
I think
as
he's adopted, but to me
whatever
that's
the fuck he is, he claims to be
but I don't know your
Indian.
history. How long has this thing gone with you and Snafu? Because again, I just came in new to, and I didn't know that
A
Snafu had this thing
long
with you.
fucking
A long time. Like
because
months?
his first fucking words to me was, "You don't know shit about India or Hinduism." And then he
He's
started
Indian. I mean, but
making
he's been
rude statements about me. And then when my son committed his crime, he was one of the first ones that stepped up to plate to call me a demon Satanist with a murderous son.
like,
Yeah,
why would he attack
Snafu.
you like that? I don't get
I
why. I
fucking
just don't.
remember every bit of it, and I've been sampling Snafu, and I've been feeding all his information. The same with several other people, which I have made public into an algorithm so that I can understand completely and define their personalities through an AI algorithm. But it's not a chat.
You
It
definitely
is
have a
a
lot of
text.
haters. I don't know why, but they just have.
Well, I guess they just absolutely can't stand honesty. It fucking kills them. You hit somebody with the truth, and they buckle, crumble, and their first impulse is to hate you because you revealed them.
I feel like you're forgiving and you're rebranding your channel, as you said like the other day, and then so
Well, I have a decision to make. Whenever I get through with this 28 day, which I started it on my new year, April 1st is my new year.
then you have your birthday on the 9th, right?
Yes. And when I'm done with this, and 28 days have passed, then I have to decide whether I want to even continue endeavoring into social media or the internet at all. I may just shut every fucking thing down and go
You're
to
gonna
fuck on.
log out. You're gonna plug out.
I'm thinking
Plug
very
yourself out.
very seriously about it, yeah. Because I'm not here to entertain people anymore. I'm not here to educate people anymore.
The
I
lurkers,
am,
the silent.
yeah, I'm not here for them. They're my entertainment now. And as of April 1st, yeah, they became my entertainment. And on the 4th day, I subjected them all to a subsonic frequency after Cage brought his arrogant bastard fucking narc friend up here We thought he was so fucking intelligent.
I don't know about that.
Oh, it's documented. It was the 4th day, and then the 5th day I revealed what I'd done. And now today is the 6th day. And on the 7th day, their creator rested, and I began to create. Where they stop, I start. But I do appreciate your perspective and point of view and your ability to travel amongst these regions of thought and not be detoured by safety protocol, superstition, indoctrination, or taboo.
Yeah. No, I'm very open-minded. Actually, this church, I live in a small town right now, and I go to a church, Christian church, and they're very nice to me. They don't force it on me. I go to the service. Very sweet people. A lot of them have gone there they're like old people, like in their 80s, but they really are just little like sweethearts, just
Do they accept Satanists?
oh yeah, they would.
So
Definitely.
I could
You
walk
could
through
walk
those
in there
doors,
and they would treat you just like they'll
even if
welcome you.
even if I stood up for the ideal that there is no division.
Yes.
Well, that's awesome. I'm
The
glad
only
you
thing
found
is
such a place.
you just have to respect because they do read,
Well, now that may
the
be a problem because I don't have much respect in me anymore. Not
see
for
that
humans.
I mean, I just tolerate it just to respect. That's how I was actually raised like that, Access. I'm just being honest. Maybe for you but even like my mom, she believes in her goddess. She'll never change her.
Right.
But she would go to other people's sure, but she wouldn't participate. She would just not get so deep, not be a regular
Well,
basically, and just usually the churches do push you for that, but they
I don't
haven't
ask.
so far. So I'm just like,
I
as
don't
I
ask.
said, Access, I'm just open-minded. I just
Yeah, I know that.
I went to even a
I,
Buddhist temple. I mean, I just like to
yeah.
but I feel more actually home just a Hindu temple, like when I went in India and the ancient temple it's so like the buildings and everything, it's very different than Western, and it's they still have the historical buildings, and you can see like the detail and the architecture.
Well, I tell you,
Just
Callie,
yeah.
no matter where I go, I make myself at home because I share a throne.
You're the would you say you're the rat king?
No, I share
I'm just
a
joking.
throne with the one who rules this earth.
Lucifer?
Is that who rules this earth?
No, I just said. Sorry, no, go ahead.
Lucifer is only brought up once in the Christian canon, the 66th book. Lucifer is actually Latin, and it means morning star or light bearer. And it never defined whether it was talking about the adversary or the Christed one. So you figure it out, because it's not a kingdom divided. It never was divided. One needs the other to identify itself. Thus, the philosophy of yin and yang. But I'm not going to educate these people anymore, Callie. So we can deflect from the discussion on that. I don't want these people to have a fucking bit of knowledge.
No more energy to put. There is actually, you're right. If you're not It has to be compliment. You have to be doesn't have to be monetary because you're not asking for anything monetary. You just
I don't ask for a goddamn thing from these
yeah, I've
people.
never
But
heard
now
but
I'm
so
taking their energy as entertainment. And I
that's what
have
I'm
since
saying. I just
April
think it's
1st.
very all of them, they're all just if you think of it, it's just a shit show, just a disaster, these people, the way they behave, like adult people behaving like this. That's the crazy part, like they should be ashamed of themselves,
They're not.
They should be fucking bitch slapped,
Oh, I am bitch slapping 4 of them for violating my trust when I told them not to. One
You're
of them
pretty
directly,
forgiving. I feel like you might forgive a
not no
few.
more, not no more,
I
not
mean,
those 4.
these people are internet people. I just don't think so deep. I mean, I think
Do you know
highly
what
of
they've
you.
done? Do you know what the original
No, I know.
violation
They've
was?
talked about your personal things about your son. This crazy shit. They're shitheads. Definitely.
And now they're all up in arms because I'm doing what? A blood ritual?
Yeah, and that too. Addition to that.
Oh,
They think
well,
you're
they
like a
created
fucking
the
freak.
situation.
When you're the
They,
one who you're like you're not into like dirty sex. You haven't had sex with
no,
a woman.
for
And these
15
people are
years,
freaks. They always talk about having sex, or if somebody
not
hasn't had,
interested.
they make fun of people. But it's very admirable. Somebody who just made that choice, to.
No. And
But
like
I'm
I
just
said, there's
saying,
only one female on the face of this earth that I admire. Not love. I just admire her. She's inspirational to me.
mhm,
She gives me hope for females.
mhm.
Just one. And they had to tread on that too. And then they wondered why I despise all of them and why I throw them
Aslan,
aside. Yes, as Woody.
I think they're just idiots. They just didn't understand that the
I don't care.
capacity of how much, and they just messed up. It was just, and he's, as I said, to me, Cage is a kid. He's not like a bad person.
Yeah, he
None
is.
of them are. I mean, I don't know. I don't know
He
them that well,
absolutely has
Access.
been identified as a deceptive, conniving, violating, disruptive spreader of falsehood, his own.
Mhm.
And this has been witnessed
And you've had a
and
history. I mean,
documented.
you know him for a really long time. I just know him
Yeah.
recently again, as I think. So I'm sorry, I'm just staying a bit neutral. I am, on your side. I do support you
I don't
because,
ask you to be on my side. All I ask is that you be authentic.
uh-huh.
That's why I never brought
Thank you
nobody
for
with me.
allowing me to be authentic. Appreciate
Yes. Thank you for being authentic.
it.
Shit.
I mean, why doesn't everyone just? It's just crazy. Access. I don't
Because
understand.
they are all ashamed of themselves. And they all have something to prove to each other. For some type of acceptance, actualization of themselves. That's why they infected the internet with their arrogance, their egos, their personification. And they put on their little mask to blend in, to be accepted. When in actuality, I've only met a couple people on here or two last minute. You being one of them. But I don't think they're capable of going where you can go, Kelly. I don't think they are capable of handling that type of intense darkness without being affected by it. Thus,
I ignore
I
the
have proven
bullshit.
that. Right.
I ignore the bullshit, and I just like I've
You
just
have your own
seen
life.
a lot, even through childhood. I just been like a silent viewer, just how people really are, just clowns to each other.
Yeah.
It never
Yeah.
ends like this place, just and bickering things over just like the most little things, unnecessary. And to be honest, like this is just my opinion. Nobody knows anything like the whole truth, the 100% truth of exactly, why we're here and who, there's all this stuff like science, religion, and stuff. That stuff that's been written, I just don't know 100%. We don't know exactly, even after we like, nobody knows 100%. So I'm not going to believe
You
some
know what I know
idiot.
100%?
Sorry, if you let me finish.
Yeah.
It's like I don't want to listen to some idiot who sits in his bed in some high-rise building all day and just says that this is what's going to happen after the hell room and bullshit like that. That I want to have an open, yeah, I do agree something, but I want to have my own, because
Yes.
this is our existence. It's like it's like we're ships here, we're sailing here, and what I'm carrying on with me, I just have to have it open. And what I've carried from mine is different than yours,
Yes. It should be an individual experience.
because we should be
It
fluid
should
that
be.
way, but still
Yes.
be very able to connect, communicate, because we've progressed with time. Even though I'm Indian, and then I'm Zambian, but then my parents are from India, and
Yeah.
you're from like Midwest, right? But Appalachia, what do you say, the Indian?
Well, my dad was an Indian,
Yeah,
and my mom was Scandinavian.
yeah. But
My
how
dad
amazing
was
is
a
that? I'm
mean,
just saying.
hateful, fucking
Mhm.
drunk Indian. So was his dad. He never had nothing to do with me in my life. And my mother, she gave me up for adoption. Her
Yeah, I know.
neglect.
Your grandmother.
Yeah, fuck all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got the genetics of Scandinavian and
Age from childhood. You didn't have
Native American, but that
yeah.
doesn't define me.
Yeah.
Those are just genetic heritage traits. Did I learn the customs? Yeah, sure I did. But do I share them? I shared them with Dom, which I wish now that I had never shared anything with him.
With Dom, he was also one of your regular.
Yeah. And then he got offended.
He's Canadian. I think
He's
he's fine.
communist.
I think his mom is sick or something like that. I feel.
Or whatever. I don't
So.
care. I don't even give him energy anymore. He now is entertainment to me. I just shared a lot of information with him, though, privately. And now I realize I shouldn't have shared a goddamn thing with him. He didn't appreciate one fucking bit of it. Appreciate one fucking bit of it. Echo. Echo. That's Wi-Fi. That's Wi-Fi. You're echoing. You're echoing. Get it fixed. Get it fixed. Well, hopefully, Callie, you get that echo taken care of. I don't know what that was all about, but I always appreciate you up here. But I do not care one iota to share any information with any of these fucking people, especially nothing that they can utilize or that would enlighten them. And to think that they would to learn anything from me would really piss me off, because then they would stop being amusing entertainment to me. I can't allow that. But anyhow, as we move forward, before we do very, very late night blood rituals, let's take a look at the old repository of informational harmony. Sound, that is. Because let us not forget why we are here.
Suffer for all eternity.
Moon.
Suffer for all eternity. Suffer for all eternity. Suffer for all eternity. Suffer for all eternity.
And speaking of the god of torment, I used to run with a pack on the internet called Torment. And I was also associated with a group that's still in existence today called Paradox. And I also reached out to Defango. And apparently, None of these people, none of them knew who the fuck the person was that Cage drug up here to try and market and sell his fucking product. And I'm almost thinking of actually doing a blood ritual sacrifice for his presence on my channel and for calling me a liar. And I hold you responsible for that, Cage, for bringing him here. You just can't stop fucking up, can you, boy? You are a poor, pathetic person, seeking power in other people's information, other people's talent, other people's abilities. And the best you have to fucking offer is repeated videos of Manly P. Hall, Albert Pike, Masonic Order, Hermetic information that has been regurgitated to the point where it's sickening, that you can't for yourself live up to anything that you allow people to view on your channel. You failed yourself, and I was the catalyst to that by doing absolutely nothing at all but allowing you to be you. A violating, disrupting, deceiving infiltrator for your own design and interest at other people's expense. You are truly almost as weak of a link as OTW, who I have called the weakest link for years. As a matter of fact, since We Are Awake was going through its particular transition, and Ian thought he had found a friend in OTW. And then OTW turned around, just like I said, a weak fucking link, and turned on Ian. Just like I knew he would. But then I knew Ian was offering something he couldn't live up to. And in the end, Ian tore a person down with his own desires and left an entire channel of people behind, hanging on his word, delivering nothing but his own endeavors and satisfaction and self endeavoring, which I've seen from the beginning. That's why I never identified that closely with Ian as far as his beliefs. But I do always give him credit for being the one who showed me the process of operating a platform. And all the little fuckheads that are running around in these channels that I recognize and remember from all the way back then, from the days of We Are Awake. Oh yeah. I've kept track of you all. I've watched you slime your way through YouTube, I've watched you degrade yourselves with your own projections, finger pointing, arrogance. But yeah, I will truly have to say that OTW being the weakest link from that particular time, I can now truly say he has competition. Not only does the Sanity Machine have competition, because Cage can obviously duplicate pulling up a video and taking advantage of an opportunity to point out someone in a disabled situation, a weakened state. Yeah. Got a lot in common with the Sanity Machine. Now he has a lot in common with OTW. You're a fucking weak link, bitch. You made a horrible decision when you were told not to. Thus, that's too much energy given to OTW. Anyhow, that's a little history for you fuckheads that don't realize or understand or know exactly how deep-seated I'm aware of all this. And these people and their origins and where they come from and who they are and how they develop. Yeah, fuckers, I remember. And I still don't like any of you. Not a fucking one of you. This should be interesting. Those were some of the original members from back in the day of We Are Awake when I developed the Cult of Axis and we were influencing the field. And I would drop little Cult of Axis, we influence the field, just to see if anybody could comprehend or catch on, because all those people were vetted. And we brought a lame ass, thrown together piece of shit video to absolute massive response just by influence. That is when I knew that neuromancing was possible. But for those of you that are new or unaware, I had the Cult of Axis before I even endeavored into YouTube. And it's still going to this day. Just in case you were wondering what that was about. And we do still influence the field. And my subscriptions and the group itself has grown quite sufficiently. But not just anyone gets in. Because unlike a YouTube platform, when we are focusing and directing an influence into the field, we don't need interference from someone's ego or someone's disposition that opposes what we're projecting our energy toward. We do it in unison, and we all agree on it before we endeavor. And some do not endeavor on certain influences, so they don't participate. And then some do. But either way, I found it highly effective. And thus, it began my endeavors into various other realms of study, technology, quantum physics, quantum mechanics, frequencies, sound, vibration, energy, unified understanding, something that you poor bastards will never know. And we've journeyed to places through the years where only the truly damned dwell. For those of you who claim that you cast out demons and you can walk into the darkest realms, but yet you cower here, and the best you have to offer is your stupidity, you are truly entertaining. Truly. As a matter of fact, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a fucking question in a song. Let's see if you can catch it. Yeah, Zypher. That was the demo version before it was actually released on an album. And that's the version that I have rights to. I don't have rights to the actual release because it actually belongs to a record company now. But that was the demo version that I am allowed to play. So you probably, maybe, I don't know, have heard it along the way somewhere. But what that was compared to what the release was two different monsters. They took all the artistic creativity away from it. And to let you know, out there, Bex is live streaming at this point in time. And I noticed that a lot of people from her particular chat have found their way here. A lot of them I had to remove from the chat. So now I am absolutely 100% solidified in the fact that she is a troll farmer. Yes, she is a troll farmer and an instigator, a disruptor, and a professional victim. But most of all, she's a fucking troll farmer. And if I see you or have seen you in her chat, don't show up here. You're not welcome. Not at all. She breeds trolls I think that she keeps a particular YouTube stockpile of trolls, and they multiply. I don't know if she's seeding them with her own eggs. I have no idea, but I do know where they come from. And now I have proof that she's a troll farmer and an instigator, a violator, and a professional disruptive victim. So there you go. Take it for what it is and what it's worth. But I wouldn't invest too much into it. You might find yourself completely disappointed in the end. I know it seems that several people have found her quite the disappointment. I entrusted a lot of information and a lot of leniency on this particular platform before my New Year's and before my entertaining endeavor into making you my entertainment. Yep, Pulls Review, I just saw your ass over there. You know what? Get the fuck out of here. Really. Don't come back. Really. You don't come back. She happens to be instigating Stephen. And then she wonders why there's a consistent conflict. And he makes references to her. Because they're both cut from the same cloth. And they both sweat bacon grease. And they deserve each other. They truly do. But I'm going to move on. And if you're from Cage Reality, go back to Cage Reality. Get the fuck out of here. And if you're from Vex's, get the fuck out of here. You're not welcome. And if you're from Sanity Machine, you definitely are not welcomed here. You're not entertaining. You're predictable. You're not even funny. You've done been analyzed, algorithm, processed, identified, and now you are being removed because you're no longer entertaining. Not even with multiple accounts. No. This is my show. You are my entertainment. And if you're not entertaining, then I'm not going to have you here. Now, if you can entertain me, or you can be of some useful information, or even an exchange, now that I will endeavor into. And I will invite you on, the same as Cypher or Callie. But I will not find myself in the midst of stupidity for fear that it may spread like a virus into my endeavors. And I don't need that shit. Do you see this troll here? Unbelievable, man. How many fucking accounts does one fucking idiot have to spread their stupidity? For the love of Satan and all that he's worth as an adversary, and the damned who tread in places that you dare not go. Bestow yourselves upon these people, for they perish for the lack of knowledge. And upon that, let them perish. And may the damned from days long before your existence use you as a conduit and a vessel for their dark workings. Because that's all that you are, is an empty vessel, a conduit, and you house nothing but malevolence, disruption, and you can't even form intelligence enough to leave something of value. All you're doing is trying to take and take. Now I unleash the damned on you. Those who have been condemned beyond redemption by your God to inhabit you by your lack of knowledge, to wield themselves through you to do their darkest bidding upon all who falter to understand and spread their diseased ignorance. You get what you deserve, and I'm here to make sure of it. And that, to me, is amusing. Quite amusing. I did notice some interesting visual references that I particularly might have some audio for whenever I was observing some other channels. Let's see how relevant this is.
Everything around me became suddenly unreal, as if in a dream. Unreal. Everything around me became suddenly unreal.
Scientists can now connect your brain to a computer. Their goal is to help the mentally impaired. Scientists can now connect your brain to a computer that can be implanted into the brain to transmit neuron impulses to a computer for mind-reading interpretation. That can hardwire our brain to a computer. That can hardwire our brain to a computer. A remarkable piece of technology.
Look upon me, you who reflect upon me, and you hearers, hear me. You who are waiting for me, take me to yourself.
Everything around me became suddenly unreal, as if in a dream.
Scientists can now connect your brain to a computer.
Be ignorant of me anywhere or anytime. Be on your guard. Do not be ignorant of me. For I am the first and the last. I am the honored one and the scorned one. I am the more and the holy one. I am the wife and the virgin. I am the daughter. I am the members of my mother. I am the barren one and many are her sons. I am she whose wedding is great, and I have not taken a husband.
Everything around me became suddenly unreal, as if in a dream.
I am the midwife and she who does not bear. I am the solace of my labor pains. I am the bride and the bridegroom, and it is my husband who begot me. I am the mother of my father and the sister of my husband, and he is my offspring.
Everything around me became suddenly unreal, as if in a dream.
Scientists can now connect your brain to a computer.
I am the slave of him who prepared me. I am the ruler of my offspring, but he is the one who begot me, and he is my offspring in due time, and my power is from him. I am the staff of his power in his youth, and he is the rod of my old age, and whatever he wills happens to me. I am the silence that is incomprehensible.
A remarkable piece of technology that can hardwire our brain to a computer.
Everything around me became suddenly unreal, as if in a dream.
And the idea whose remembrance is frequent. I am the voice whose sound is manifold, and the word whose appearance is multiple. I am the utterance of my name. Why, you who hate me, do you love me, and you hate those who love me? For I am knowledge and ignorance. I am shame and boldness. I am shameless. I am ashamed. I am strength and I am fear. I am war and peace. Give heed to my poverty and my wealth. Do not be arrogant to me.
Scientists can now connect your brain to a computer. Their goal is to help the mentally impaired.
Everything around me became suddenly unreal, as if in a dream.
Well, I don't know. I'm not trying to project intelligence by some design, but the fact that I had a professional career and was able to retire from it, and that I got to do everything that I ever wanted to do fulfilled in my life, and still left this much music away from the industry by my own design so that I could keep the creative rights to it, because I lost the creative rights to everything else that I'd done for a fucking record company, an executive, an A&R, a producer. Yeah, and I still have many, many more songs. But I don't suppose that takes any intelligence, or to operate systems as I do, or to play as many instruments as I do. Yeah, you're right. I'm pretty fucking dumb, I guess. Glad that you might be able to teach me something. So I'm going to give you the opportunity. I'm going to give you the opportunity to come up here and teach me something intelligent. Because if you can't see it, then obviously you are so profoundly beyond me that I need you on this panel to educate me. Truly. There's the link. Come educate. Please.
I'm back. Sorry, my battery died.
That's all right. I was hoping it wasn't anything too extreme.
I decided to show a shadow of myself.
Well, that's fine. You know, I understand. There are lots of trolls
Crazy
being
people out there.
farmed. Yeah. You know,
I try
all
to
this
match
is.
you with the sunglasses.
Oh, all right. I got you. I got you.
It is
Yeah,
kind of
I
weird to see online, to be online. I don't
well,
like it.
I can tell you this that I know where the biggest part of this trolling and traffic is coming from now.
Especially like
I
women, or even if I'm here now, because now they're gonna think I'm wicked and I'm like a Satanist, or like, and all kinds of things when I'm the complete opposite. So,
well, if they
and
identify
you
you with
accepted me
me
here,
or this
so I don't have
channel,
the long, yeah.
then that's them. You know, you
hmm
don't have to be here, Callie. You don't have to
Yeah, I
endure
know.
their judgment and persecution. I didn't ask for that for you or for Zypher. I
hmm
mean, you know, it happened to Mike, and for him to admit that he is a professional troller threw him right the
Hello.
fuck out of. Hey, Zypher,
I'm baking a cake. Red
good
velvet.
deal.
You're always doing
I-
something.
Yeah. I try and stay busy.
It's good, yeah.
Well, that's why she has an occupied mind, and she doesn't have to sit around trolling people
Yeah,
because she's productive,
yeah.
self-productive, inventive, thoughtful, reasonable,
I think most of
comprehensive.
us, I mean, we don't know each other like completely in real lives. We just come on this thing, Um,
Well,
but the amount of deep stuff that the accusations and stuff, that's the thing that's just the part that's just very disturbing and just unnecessary, and yeah.
Yeah, and if you don't get along with somebody, why not just go away? It's like, why do you
Yeah.
gotta come
Why
and
shame you for like just your personal stuff? Why bring up your personal stuff? That's the thing I didn't
whoa,
I
whoa,
didn't
whoa,
even
whoa, whoa!
appreciate
You
it.
made a horrible mistake there.
What?
I'm
What
not
do you mean?
ashamed.
No, I said
I'm
they
not
try to
ashamed at
shame.
all.
No, I said they
Oh,
try to shame you. I said they do.
well, that's
That's
going to be
you
a
know what I'm
very
saying.
damn
They
difficult
attack
job
you
to
by
do.
those kinds of things, trying to shame you. They just
well,
like
then
they
they're
don't know
smart
you.
if they think they can do that. I mean, how are they gonna do
Yeah.
that really?
I have been transparent. I have been absolutely forward. I have revealed the best and the worst of myself. What else besides the lowest form of thinking can you project towards me? You went after my son. You went after
Yeah,
my
that wasn't
religion. You
they
went
shouldn't
after
have
the
gone
thing that
there.
I cherish most. You
I
have
mean, I don't know Snafu well, but for he shouldn't be. I don't know how long the history is, but why? I just don't understand. Like, are these real facts? Like, and why is he like so
no.
against you that much? Like that much hate just on you all
You
the
know what
time?
really sucks is like, I mean, like, even somebody like Tommy doesn't deserve that kind of treatment. And like, I've seen people say things about his dog, what
About
happened,
who?
and I know how bad that sucks.
Oh, okay, I
Whenever you
don't
have
know.
to
Yeah.
put an animal down, and that sucked for him. He loved that dog. I know he did, regardless of what
Camacho?
kind of. Yeah, Camacho, and that sucked for him. It sucked. And people just freaking keep poking him about it, and it fucking pisses me off because it's like that is the hardest thing to do. People
I
that say
think you
shit like
have a troll. You have a troll or something.
I do.
Sorry,
I do in the back. Yeah.
in the back.
I'm just
They
going to let
just
them
keep
linger there.
coming.
there's
I mean,
several.
let them. I mean, if you want to give them freedom, I just don't know, but they are very
No,
insulting.
I'll let them linger in the back and wish they could be a part of this experience. But
Yeah, you can't
they're not ever going to be.
because they know they love that.
But I am finding it entertaining that I can keep them back there. Now the question is, how long do they have the endurance to stay back there? because I've been known to do 12-hour streams, and I've been known to use frequencies to disrupt people's coherency. Thus, the fourth installment since the new year. That would be April 4th.
You're just gonna leave them
for
in
you
the
dumbasses.
dungeon.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Fascinating. Completely fascinating. I'm enjoying it. Kind of like containing them within a confined state. And then I'm actually getting headspace for free. I like that. I will infect your fucking mind. Imagery, frequency, or just by me being me. That's what I thought. No endurance. Poor bastard didn't have any stamina whatsoever. But I will not subject
Yeah.
Zypher and Jared Jaguar were the only two that seemed not to be affected by the frequencies that I was using.
Cypher and who
I didn't
else?
read Jared Jaguar.
Oh yeah,
He
nothing
was
gets
able.
through
JG?
my back.
No, Jared Jaguar.
Oh, okay, I don't
He's
know.
been a friend of mine and an associate of this channel for forever. But see, he was around when I was developing all this frequency technology. So, you know, I'm not sure. But I thought it was interesting to see the effects that it had, because I did announce it. And Zypher, if you want to go back, it was during the portion where Cage and his buddy were bragging about their abilities, and I said, you are about to be subjected to subsonic frequency. And that's when all hell broke loose.
They were actually just bullshitting, like they were like being sarcastic. They weren't even saying that they had powers.
Well, I checked this son of a bitch out, and nobody from Torment, Paradox, or even Defango has even heard of this guy. I don't know, you know. Nobody knows who this Professor J or Jesse James is. And I'm like, why the fuck did you bring him here? Just for a sales pitch? Cage? Self-serving bastard? You know, really. So that's why when he made all his bold statements and called me a liar, I immediately subjected him to frequencies, and he came back as a troll, immediately recognized. And then the second time he come back, the frequencies got to him, his emotions broke, he got angry, it's documented, and then I banned him. And all hell broke loose. People just got really pissy that night. But I was doing a 12-hour experiment to find who was who, what was what, see who was paying attention, who was affected, who would be affected. Quite interesting. And I really hate resorting to having to use subsonic frequency. I really do. But people just are so fucking intrusive with themselves. Kathy, I hope your battery didn't go dead again, or that your connection didn't drop off. But you're always welcome back up. Either way.
I just pulled the cake out of the oven.
All right.
Looks good. What's your favorite kind of cake? Your birthday's coming up too, huh?
Yeah, that hit hard.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's what you're supposed to
Oh,
You're supposed to go easy,
Woo! Man. Yeah.
slow and steady.
Damn. Need some whiskey to take that hit down.
Oops.
Ah, there we go. That's better. Uh, I use my birthday only to identify certain energies, but I don't celebrate it.
Yeah, I tell everybody I don't want anything. That means no requests, no going out, no nothing. Don't ask me for anything. I just want to be left alone all day. No requests.
Right?
No expect.
I guess I quit
That's
celebrating it whenever I seen how arrogant and egotistical that is.
Yeah. So you're an Aries.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. My ex was an Aries. You all have your secret life.
Yes, we
He
do.
was bad. He was a bad Aries though. He had too many secrets. I was very loyal to him. He wasn't loyal at all.
Well, damn. I have to not take that big of a hit next time. That's some good shit. Son of a bitch.
Yeah,
You ever-
I'll do it.
You ever taken a hit and it feels like
yeah,
your
and
fucking lungs are just absolutely expanded to the
Yeah,
point where they're gonna pop?
Yeah, like it
Well,
expands when you take a hit.
oh
Yeah,
fuck.
one time I was smoking a 4-liter hookah with like 3 guys, and I guess I was the weak link of the or the hookah hitters, and I didn't know that the way that it worked was that it just basically shoots it into your lungs if you don't take a big hit. And yeah, I did not smoke for probably 2 years after that.
Well, I tell you, that pipe, the piece of metal that I hit on, that's that packs just enough in it that I can get a hit and generally not choke on it. But this is a new strain. And
Oh yeah. Well,
I-
do you know what kind it is?
yeah, it's a BC Big Bud Indica Purple,
Oh yeah, British
and
Columbia is
it's my
really good.
favorite. And
Purple is really good. I
anyhow,
like the
what's that?
Hawaiian purple is really good too. If you ever get a chance,
I haven't
then
tried that.
it's really good. And what I
But
like White Rhino, it's a hybrid. Indica sativa is very good. as
I've
well.
had the white rhino before.
I
What
turn
I
into
do
a
is I've got this little tin, and I can take that stem and I can push it into that little tin, and it just packs enough in there for me to get a couple good solid hits
Yeah.
without.
So it's like a single hitter, one hitter.
Mhm.
Nice.
And when
I
they
used to
called
have
it a
one.
fucking crack pipe, I like to fucking I thought you grow weed
Yeah.
and you've never
People-
seen an
No, they were just fucking with you. They were trying to get a rise out of you, and you just gotta just shoo them away
Well,
like
that's not
they're
funny
gnats.
because
I
my
know, ghosts
son
are supposed, but they don't know that.
was on a 3-day meth binge
Yeah, well,
when he
that's why
killed a
they use.
motherfucker.
That's why they use it against you. So you just gotta shoo them away like they're gnats.
Well, that was Cage that said that.
Yeah, well,
Who knows better? Knows
he
better.
should. He should.
He doesn't. That's
He
why
will.
he's being punished the way that he is. That's why I took special interest to do this.
You know, it's funny because everybody that's gotten really bad with me has ended up catching it really, really bad, and I didn't have to raise a finger to do it. I just had to wait for the universe to take care of it. And if I was lucky, The universe let me watch.
Well, I allowed a lot of leniency for a very long time on my platform. When it first started with Dom, and I first started doing live streams, and then when it turned into Rat Blood Radio, I was still very lenient with people. I wouldn't block, wouldn't ban, allow people to speak their minds, this, that, and another. And when Cage violated my trust, and then Bex, JG, and KC followed through with him, that was the end of it. That's when I decided that I was no longer going to be nice.
I like this guy. He's pretty cool.
Hey, Zephyr. Hey, Axis. How you doing?
Cage.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cage.
What strain you puffing tonight?
Oh, the BC Big Bud, purple indica.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, tonight I
Cage
got
still, and I caught him on live. I got him on live, documented. He admitted that you went to his channel and spoke against the ritual that Casey come up here and.
I don't even know his channel, dude.
You can't trust the fucking thing he says. He's a fucking liar, and now it's proven.
It's fucking bullshit. Whatever he's saying, I didn't even know he had a channel. I thought he was just some fuckwad.
Yeah, and I thought it was
Jeez.
profound that KC come up here, and she knew that everything that I done was benign. I was absolutely empathetic towards her. And now she's banned, and I don't ever want to see her fucking ass again. Speak to her, even know that she exists. Because she was involved in this. They'll come up here trying to flatter me with the fact that I didn't offend you and I was being empathetic to your cause because you done violated my trust. What do you think? I'm just going to let you off the hook after I've spent this much time invested in blood and ritualistic magic? That I've offered up scripture and testament, and I will continue to do this with every form of religious text that I can until I've offered enough to satisfy the dust of hell, to pave at least one trail. Sorry.
Was that for Cage?
That's for everybody.
Probably. I am so
That's
full
for
right now.
everybody.
Satiated. I just had dinner.
I
Now I'm
just
full.
wanna. I don't know what's after this, and I don't want to know. So I just don't even think about it. Because I'm going wherever I'm going not too long from now.
I don't know. I was there, Busker, and that's documented and proven. And I was reviewing some of the video of how far gone and bad I was today that they were making fun of.
You never know when a miracle might happen.
And I found for me that, injecting pure rat blood into my system started a regenerative process.
That's not for everybody. Not
Well, I said for me. No, it's not
Okay.
medical advice, and I don't suggest that anybody do anything that I do.
I'm just covering your ass. So I don't strike you for medical misinformation.
Right, I understand, but it's not medical advice, and I don't condone it for anyone. And I don't suggest that anyone do anything that I do as a cautionary. And I'm not a role model. I'm not your fucking friend. I'm not someone to idolize. I am no one's fucking hero. But it's nice to know that you identify me as such to the point where you would invest your time into antagonizing me. That
They're
is
just
amusing.
sad, and they have nothing better to do. If they were like actually doing something with their life, they would not have time to be bringing people down. Anybody.
They have no life. They're empty shells waiting to be inhabited by the damned. Did you not hear what I said earlier?
I know.
I meant it.
Yeah.
And they will do and service for the damned. And they will conduct themselves to torment
not-
everyone around them.
What they are doing, and it doesn't ever end well for people like that, from what I've seen.
Hey, that's on them. That is
Exactly.
totally on them.
The universe usually gives you quite a few chances before it friggin' pulls the rug out from under you, and I'm sure that they've used all their friggin'. If this is how they act, I'm sure they've used
Have
all
you
their
heard
chances.
me since I changed from the first, this platform, suggest that anybody be here?
No, you haven't. As a matter of fact, you told everybody to go away, but I don't do what I'm told.
Well, you have kind of an exceptional type of position. And like I said, it took me a minute to figure you out. But now that I see that you truly stand on that universal balance and justice, I recognize that in you now. And I appreciate it.
Well, for Axis, I gotta say, man, I appreciate you having me up, bro. I know you've been going through some shit, so I appreciate you having me up, man.
I don't think I've ever heard a mean thing come out of your mouth, Busker.
Yeah, I don't really feel like when I get mean, it's usually when I drink, like a lot. I have to drink a lot, and then all of a sudden I'm off the charts.
Yeah, you can get a little cutting when you're been drinking and you're trying to be funny or like a little mean in a funny way, but I don't think it's ever felt malicious, and I'm like very sensitive to where the energy comes from.
I mean, if I get off the charts drunk, that's when I should never be on the internet or talking to anybody for that matter.
Yeah,
I haven't
but
been
bet
off the charts
you
drunk.
get better the next day.
And it's fucking long. There was one night I did get kind of tipsy. But outside of that, I think I've stayed relatively in control of myself for the amount of ingestion that I do.
I got out of here because I was like, okay, I can't be here anymore. I got other stuff to do, and I was getting sucked into the vengefulness, and it's better if I just avoid that. I know what that brought me in other lives whenever I was like, and it just doesn't appeal to me whatsoever. And it's not anything. You do whatever you want. I don't know, I don't know anything about whether or not, I think it probably is justified, or else you wouldn't be doing it, and you're willing to accept the consequences if it's not.
Well, that's why it was really nice to have you as a universal witness, because it wasn't just my perspective. I invited everybody to review the interactions
People just
and
don't
the
have
lies.
respect. I mean, they don't have to be here. I don't know why they have such a problem with you just doing what you're doing. I mean, are they there that's going to affect them? Then it probably will.
I don't know.
There's nothing they
I
can
have
do
no
about
idea.
it. So it's like silly, Maybe they should just like put that energy into researching how this actually works, and maybe like doing some self-investigation and get themselves some power. And then because you can't get it unless you know how to use it.
You know, I spent from the time this channel started with Dom all the way up until April 1st explaining how all this works. All the way from the language of creation to summoning a demon, to metaphysical work, and I don't think anybody fucking heard a goddamn word except, well, Dawn. I will have to say, Dawn, Tab Rose, fabulous person. I have nothing ill to say about her, but I would not drag her into this dark.
Ugh.
There are some real people here in
There
the
are.
metaverse. Just
I even
far and few
like
between.
I like some of the people that are even a little bit like, you know, like they don't know who they are a little bit, you know, like they're maybe a little insecure. Because I mean, I see myself in that, like in the past, and so I can relate to it. But I just have no patience for people that have no respect for anybody, and are just like
I tried to.
all over everybody's virtual platform with no respect whatsoever. It sucks.
I tried to, all the way up until my trust was completely betrayed off of something that meant so much to me. And when I said, no, don't you dare, and they went ahead and done it,
Yeah, you know, that's a good
that's when,
test. If you start telling people no, and the people that like have a real problem with it, those are the people you got to get rid of.
especially when they violate your sanctity and trust. That's when universal energies tend to flow in your favor.
If somebody does that to me, I take as much blame for it as they would. I think I'm as much responsible for it as they are. I happen to be resilient, so it's not that
Well,
big of a deal. But I think it's gonna be a bigger deal for them in the long run if they don't like at least friggin' learn something from it.
well, okay. I'll take that aspect on for a second, and I will say I don't give a fuck who my son killed or who he killed.
Yeah,
He
that's not
knows
your
who I
fucking
love, so I don't care.
and it's none of their fucking business, honestly.
Well, what I'm saying is, do
They're
I
just trying to use
condone
it.
it, or do I abandon the love for my son for his action?
No, I would just
And
say,
why put me to the test?
because they have nothing better to do and they want to see you like lose it. They want to pull you down because they're jealous. I don't know. There's so many different
Well,
things that
that's
it
not
could
going
be.
to happen now. He's gone. So,
Yeah,
you know,
but they just poke you and they just want to attack you at your lowest whenever you've lost something. That's just like really untoward behavior, and it will be rewarded with more of that on them than they can probably even comprehend right now. Because that's
do
the
I
way that.
need to replay that humbling moment that I had with the introspection with God,
I think
taking everything
I
I ever loved?
I mean, I think they need to be humbled, but that's not my job. You know, the universe will do it.
Yeah, because I think that song is very humbling, and it shows
You
my
know
weakness.
what I learned is it happens more slowly and with more impact if you just let it go and let the universe take care of it.
If
Called
that
the
was the
karma.
case, then we would all be speaking German right now.
Nah, I don't know about that. I know that there was some stuff, but there was a lot of other
Ah?
things from other timelines that calculated in on that accounting. you have to be able to zoom out way further than most people can to be able to catch that. But
I have a song about the original Salem witch burnings and trials.
oh yeah,
That,
I'm
mhm.
pretty sure I had a couple of those
Well,
European ones
I guess
first.
that's just okay too. Universal take care of that, right?
Yeah,
They died in vain,
they do.
so that the
Well, no,
universe
not
can
they
take care of it.
recycled. They got recycled, and there was probably like there was shit that I did in my past lives that I deserved what I got, and I can say that now. But that's not who I
Oh,
am now.
you mean you developed and you were able to tread now into dark areas without it absorbing your energy and consuming you,
Yeah, because I would never go there again like that. Because
right?
it fucking sucks. And people don't believe you if you tell
Yeah.
them. That's their lesson to learn. And they'll make it through just fine, just like I did, hopefully.
Look, I did not deny them all a chance to absolve themselves.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm here still.
Now,
Because I can see
KC
that.
come up and absolved herself, but I don't ever want to speak to her again.
That's reasonable. And she should accept that. You haven't seen her since,
Yeah.
right? Really?
No, tonight she come up, absolved herself, and I banned her
Yeah, well, that's
after she
reasonable.
absolved herself. I
Maybe
don't
she
want
can
nothing
try.
to do with her.
Maybe she can try again in a few months or whatever, and you could tell her no again if you want, or you never know what'll happen in the future. But it's like at least when somebody does that, it gives you a starting point for forgiveness in the future. And really, regardless of whether these people stop or not, you should eventually forgive them and just cut them off because that's for
Well,
you,
that's
not
what Casey got tonight.
yeah.
Was
That's good.
she's absolved. She come up, she said what she had to say, and now she's absolved. But she will never have the chance to speak to me again, or even be in my presence.
Yeah, I would
Because
say it's
once I
highly.
excommunicate you from my life, you're gone. That's it.
Yeah.
It's over.
I kind of do that too, but I always backpedal like years later. Like I'll like check in and say, "Hey, are you all right?
Nope.
Or are you mad? And usually people are
Nope.
just dicks. But
No, because I'm a very stern, convicted person. If you haven't noticed.
see, but I was given some insight that everyone gets through eventually, and that's kind of what I'm here for is to like go in the dark corners and
That's you.
see the stuff.
That's
Yeah, totally.
that's
I get it.
that's you.
And I know, and I don't expect everybody to be like me at all.
And I'm not.
And I'm no better than anybody else. I promise.
Yeah, it's like all the people. Whenever I was being very passive and compliant to everyone's disposition, when all the
Yeah.
panels were filling up with the exchange of information and whether I agreed or not, there was lots of platitudes.
At
Those
first.
people, all I had to say was one thing, and these platitude-giving, high-vibing, positive people were immediately offended. But I did that to keep from dragging them here. They don't
Toxic
realize that I sacrificed their friendship for this endeavor.
Yeah.
They'll
Well,
never understand it.
and it really is disappointing when that happens. It's like
Fuck them. They were
Yeah,
temporary allies at the best.
it's still disappointing, but it's like if you can be disappointed and friggin' realize that you're worth more than that next time, then you're doing good, pretty good.
Well, I realize that now.
Yeah, setting boundaries.
Before I allowed everyone to have a voice,
Me too.
and I was trying to be I guess, kind of cooperative in the endeavors of further expanding one's consciousness and ability to perceive, but not now. So,
Yeah.
why would I waste this endeavor of liberation when now they're my entertainment?
Well,
They
and
don't
just because
come to Rat Blood Radio anymore because it isn't there for them anymore.
yeah, well, they can come and lurk if they want, I guess, right? But they're not. It's like they're not getting the level of access to you anymore. Your energy, your
No.
presence at all. So that's the best position to be in my opinion.
No, by them being here, as I explained, they are making themselves vulnerable not only to entities that I involve myself with,
And they're actually
energies
empowered.
that I involve myself with, but I can hit them with frequencies and adjust their cerebral state.
Yep.
I can
And
put up
they're
images
power,
and subliminally infect them with
Maybe
incantations.
maybe that's their ploy. Maybe they are picking on you, trying to get you to boil over. And
Boil
I
over to
wouldn't give
what?
I don't know, because I don't know how they think. I can only think about how they think. I remember how I thought, and that sounds like just enough of a like idiotic, depraved thought that it might be something that might cross their mind.
Huh? I guess they can have that perspective if they want, but
Like stoking the fire,
I'd be really careful coming to this channel with malice intent.
Yeah, you never
You
know
never
what's
know when I might amp those frequencies up on your ass real quick. Or I might summons the damned to find vulnerable spots in your armor so that they can inhabit you. Because
I
I'm
just
not beyond that now.
I just had a memory, a really vivid one. Once, whenever I was it was right before I had my Saturn return. I was like 27, maybe 28. And I was hanging out with this girl. Her name was Taz. And well, that's funny, right? Because it's like the Tasmanian devil, and you know how they spin around like a tornado? Well, I was standing on the second floor balcony, and I had basically like I was in like a flow state, like to where like the veil was really super thin because I had this time every year during the spring that I basically would like the veil was thin. All my filters were shut off temporarily, and it was really like overwhelming. And at first I didn't know what the fuck was going on. And but I like raised my arms up, and this like wind, like big freaking gust of wind, almost knocked me on my ass. Like, and all this dirt like blew into the friggin' apartment complex. And I was like, I ran back inside. That's what just popped in my head. That's crazy.
Interesting.
I didn't even have my name then either, Zephyr, because that's a west wind.
Well, I gave up my birth name years and years and years ago when I signed the
mine is
contract.
Becky. I don't care who knows.
You know, when I signed that contract, I had to become that image and that person. But I did not become that image and that person by development of the industry. I was naturally that person that the industry was taking a financial cut of. But they haven't since I left there. They have remains of my artistic ability, but they don't have me.
Yep. Well, and as long as you have you, that's all that's really important. I mean, whenever my house burned down twice, like it was just like my having my animals, and I had a Chipolera plant that was burned down to nubs, and like the rain was coming in the roof. And on the second day after cleaning up like what was left of everything that was like incinerated basically inside the house, there was like little bitty leaves coming out of that friggin' Chipolera plant, and it grew back all the way. I mean, of course, somebody watered it with beer a few years later, and it didn't make it. But it was like that was the most beautiful moment. So when the life is still there, you don't really give a shit about any of the other stuff because it's all replaceable.
You know,
But even your
I just
body's replaceable.
endeavored to enjoy myself, and I knew exactly the process, and I had the talent to do it. So I did it.
Yep.
And if that pisses people off, well, be jealous. You had the same opportunity with your life as I did.
Yeah,
I was
everybody.
a piss poor back ass Appalachian, small town nobody.
Yeah, I figured out a secret recently, and I always say blame is lame because, like, whenever you blame people, then you start falling into that victim mindset, and that is like slave mentality. So if you blame, that's the trick. It's kind of like if you gaslight yourself, you can't be gaslit. You just can't forget that you're gaslighting yourself.
Well, it was instinctively within my nature to know that I did not want to be a drunk, roofer, backwoods hillbilly. I aspired to be more and endeavored to persevere beyond indoctrination, Southern baptism, alcohol abuse from
Yeah.
my family, abandonment, fucking adoption. I mean, really, fuck
Yeah,
all that.
that's a lot of trauma.
I wanted to go party. I wanted to be
Yeah.
a rock star.
And you did.
Yes.
Yep.
And I had the advantage of a dungeon, strip clubs, a lifestyle that no one will ever be able to comprehend.
Yeah.
They
It's pretty
can
cool.
only
Imagine. I mean, I worked in a strip club for several years, and I've known a few musicians and stuff. But yeah, I can only imagine how wild it gets on a certain level. That doesn't really interest me. I don't like to go crazy like that. Like not that crazy. But it's perfectly
I
fine
did.
for anybody who wants to. As long as you're not hurting anybody, it's fine.
Oh fuck, I was a hedonist. I loved it. God damn. I mean, total overindulgence. And that's obvious by my consumption. I mean, you can look at fucking how much I consume and it's fucking
That's like
nightmarish.
sign. You have to really mitigate that. If you could do it with care, like, and make sure that you take care of your body, like spend a little time. It's not even that much energy to do it. Every day you could mitigate that pretty easily.
Well, all it took was a little rat blood.
Yeah. And like I said, whatever works. It's not like
Obviously.
it's not like you're friggin' like draining baby rats or something, like, and even if you are,
No.
they're animals. Those are animals. And
Well, if I was going to do that, I would make sure that I was going to feed them to my snake. And then
Well,
I
and
would
you-
drain the blood out of them and feed them to my snake.
yeah, well, and that's respectful, and you basically are thanking them for their essence before you do that, and that's what all the animals and plants on the earth were put here for us to, to take care
Well,
of.
that's
And
why I had that song that I play whenever I go silent, and I say a moment of silence for every rat and mouse that I've had to sacrifice as food for my snake. And
I wonder how
all
many
the
of these people that are so malicious have ever actually killed, as like if they have gone hunting, or
I doubt any of them.
probably none of them.
But that
I wonder how-
song is very sincere to me and very enduring to everything that I've ever had to put down
yeah, I
for
put
food
down my ex's
or
cat
to feed
whenever
my animals.
see there was a pigeon that bounced off the window and it broke its neck, but it was still alive, and I freaking just threw a piece of marble at it. that's hard to do.
Yeah, that's why, you know,
You just can feel the suffering of the animal,
eating,
and it makes it way
you know,
easier. The hardest one was the kitten. Oh my God, it was so horrible because my daughter was only 3, and she went down for a nap in the bedroom, and I slept on the couch, and the kitten was basically blocked into the kitchen with a litter box and food. And it was way too little of a kitten to have been taken away from its mom, but it was so cute, and I knew I could take care of it. But Jazz was so quiet. She got up and she snuck into the kitchen and she tried to feed it kitty litter, and she squeezed it too hard because she was only 3. And
that
yeah,
happens.
God,
I mean, you
it
know,
does,
it
but
wasn't malicious.
to have that talk with her at 3 years old, but at that moment, that's the moment that you have to have that talk, you know? And she was so
Well,
sad.
I can understand that aspect of it, but
She never wanted to hurt anything ever again, and she was always so careful after that. She's like a little angel,
well, see,
really, still today.
that's why I actually wrote that particular piece. Was, you know, I had an animal that was very close to me that died, and I had always kind of been very, I don't know, thankful that I was able to feed my snakes. And, you know, as far as my snakes go, you know, I fuck it ain't beyond me to pick up one of the fucking frozen mice after they're thawed out that I feed my snake and
Yeah,
eat one.
that never really bugs me as
And,
much as, like, yeah. I don't know, although I still
and
feel really horrible. Dad, like, we used to take us out shooting prairie dogs, and and I thought it was so much fun as a kid because I didn't understand what I was doing, and I still feel bad about it. It sucks. I probably decimated. It was like genocide for fucking prairie dogs. But I told
well,
my
I
kid
would
not
go into some of my endeavors, but I'm not going to educate any of these people.
Yeah.
But
Sorry, I didn't to
the
enlighten people
rats, though,
a bit.
when they die, I do utilize every last bit of the rat, and especially the blood.
And as you should, because that's respectful for the animal. I think people that like will go and they'll like hunt for sport and they don't use any of the animal other than the fur or like for a taxidermy or something, just for a status symbol. That's just wasteful and disrespectful. I don't see how you can call that uh, an accomplishment.
No, it's just another part of the savageness of the human species.
Yeah. Well, and they will come back as an animal and somebody will hunt them like that.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, you get downgraded. But animals that are abused and things like that, I know they get upgrades.
I'm not
That's
the
not
one to
saying.
make that call.
Yeah, I know, but
You know,
I
that's
yeah,
on powers way beyond me. You know, I
yeah,
just
what's
try and get
crazy.
by universally with least resistance.
Yeah, I think that you could even choose if you had a really bad, if you were really bad, you could choose to come back as an animal and have it like be like savage, like but brief lifetime that would do penance for what you did. But most people wouldn't
See,
do that, I don't think.
I would rather die and all my energy disperse as if though I never existed into universal entropy or even beyond. And every last memory and interaction that I've ever had with this plane of existence be left here to dissipate.
Have you heard the
I'm cool
band
with
Blue?
that.
What is it? Blue October.
Mm-mm.
He's a British guy, and it's like he's got this song that's called "The Ocean." And that if you
I
like,
never.
if you should. I mean, he's really got a great voice, and maybe it might be a little bit too emo, like not hard edged enough for you, but I don't know. You know, it's really beautiful. I love soulful music too. Like even
Yeah,
some stuff that
I got
soul.
music. I got music that's to be played for my son today.
Yeah.
That was
If you
fucked
could
up.
have a song played at your funeral, what song would it be?
I don't think I'd have one. I don't think that I would have a funeral. I don't think that there would be anyone willing to show up at my funeral.
I like Battle Hymn for Children. That's a great song
I just
by The
give no
Fate.
shit.
Huh?
I just give no shit, man. Once I'm dead, I'm dead. I don't give a
Really,
fuck.
I want people to have a party, honestly, and just like if they could celebrate like the good part of whatever time they spent with me, I probably would hang around for that in spirit, just to some reverie before I get recycled.
See, once I leave this place, I every bit of my interaction here should dissipate into entropy, and whatever legacy I left should just continue to move into history.
Well, I think all
And
the miserable people don't know that they can just ask for their if they change their mind and they don't want to be embodied here anymore, they can just like say, hey, just like take my soul back over, and you can like let somebody else take over my tasks, whatever I agreed to do. I'm out of here. People don't know that they can do that, but they can.
well, I tried that with a Reiki
Well,
master.
not everybody can.
That
'Cause
was
I couldn't quit either.
I had reached the point where I had just returned from the last when I was pushing death, and the nurse had to call the hospital because they had to bring me back, and I'd made peace with everything, and I had Dom and his wife, who's a Reiki master, and I
Oh
had
yeah.
made peace, and I had let go of everything, and I told them to enforce the ideal through Reiki for me to move on peacefully.
Yeah, well, the universe had other plans, apparently. I have to say I'm glad that you're here, though.
I spent 3 days laying here, releasing myself to the universe
Yeah,
and
and
hoping
that is,
that they were strong enough with their Reiki and their energy to allow me
yeah,
to peacefully just move on.
you just gotta laugh when that happens, though, because it's like, oh, shit. Yeah, that's why I don't believe
Well,
that free will is actually a thing, because I know that whenever I had like a demon attack, and it was like physical attack first, like I still have the scar on my left foot where literally there was nothing that could have penetrated the top of my foot, and I slipped on the bathroom floor, and it like the scar is still kind of black. But then after that, for 3 days, I was like literally just like every waking moment was agonizing pain, and I friggin' told my ex-boyfriend to leave me be and to go away. And I like really literally wanted to not be here anymore. And I was trying to give up, like wanted it to be over. And at a certain point, I just realized that that was like impossible. And then it was
well,
over. I just had to
I
release it.
I will tell you something that I don't let many people in on is that from a very young age, I gave demons respect.
Me too. I was scared
And
of them though, first.
I've had no problem even summoning or
Me either.
you know
And in retrospect,
interacting.
I haven't found anything that's more scary than me on that side anyways.
But I respect
Believe it or not.
the fact that they are damn dangerous.
Yeah,
And you
they
have
can.
to approach and deal with them with a bit of respect, caution, protection, and you have to be mutually beneficial to them for them to endeavor to even do anything for you.
I don't ever ask them for anything except for to leave me the fuck alone. Except for the one that is been watching me since I was young, and that is because I have an angel and a demon that I talk to, and I don't know. I guess I am the medium, the bridge,
That's a
the
good
Bardo,
possibility. I just,
or one of them, or maybe I'm just a decoy. I don't know, but it feels pretty significant and important either way.
even whenever I did the video on how to summon the demon, I tried to give everybody every last bit of information to be cautious, respectful, mindful, to understand what they were doing.
Yeah,
I
we
didn't
were.
send them into this blindly.
I ended up having to go back and clean up a lot of like open holes and mitigate things that had came through from whenever I was a teenager and was doing stupid shit. And there's people that leave
I-
open portals everywhere,
Aleister
there's-
Crowley, L. Ron Hubbard, let me see, fuck. Who was the other guy that was with him? Parsons, Jack Parsons.
I was just reading about Tron's on last night, actually.
Yeah.
And that's pretty crazy.
Well, it kills me that people follow any Crowley whatsoever, or they follow.
But he did things like that were very, very bad. And I'm sure that he paid for that. I'm pretty sure that I was periphery to that group at some point in the past life. That's probably what a lot of my badness was. And then also I was on the wrong side of the French Revolution. And I don't know. I have a lot of bad memories. Those are the ones that I got to bring. Thankfully.
Recognize stupidity when I see it. And Anton LaVey.
That's not even stupid. That's just silly. It's silly.
Right?
People, yeah.
And
people,
Crowley.
And pushed people to do like to kill Sharon Tate. That was like supposed to happen, I guess, but it just seemed like very it's just not right, and that definitely has a price whenever people do things like that.
Well, I look at even Blavatsky all the way back, and I'm like, why would you listen to these idiots at any point in time? Though I have studied and researched them, I never bought into their bullshit, man.
Yeah,
never bought into their bullshit.
Like the Monroe Institute, those people actually, and Carlos Castaneda, it's like those people go in with good intentions, but they still end up paying the price for some transgressions that they unwittingly occurred along the way. It's like just because you don't know doesn't mean you're not responsible. So it's always good to be careful.
That's why I made the endeavor to infiltrate the religions that I did, to practice and participate.
Me too. I love
to understand.
Yeah, I read the Bible
And I
3
took
times.
the best part.
I read the Bible 3 times, and I put myself in every character's position. That's how I read it. I think that's how you're supposed to read it.
I just, I don't know, man. I wanted to know for myself. I wanted to understand for myself. I didn't want to see it from someone else's perspective.
I wanted
I
both.
wanted
I wanted from their perspective and as close as I could, and I wanted to learn it on my own as well. Because I question everything.
As you should.
Yeah, I think the truth doesn't mind being questioned, and it's not a trespass against truth to doubt.
No, you should question. You
Yeah,
know,
it's respectful of the truth
and they should be able to answer.
yeah, and if you question it, you're really proving it, right? Because it will prove you, and other people will see it.
Yes, you
Yeah,
should be
so
able to respond with the mechanics of whatever it is that you're engaged in, or don't
yeah,
engage in it.
but most people are just brainwashed with the laws of man and what they think is right and wrong, which doesn't even like equate at all to what is actually. I mean, there's very few things that you could really, really do wrong, and like one of them is like killing someone in a disrespectful way for no reason out of anger, having avarice and revengefulness with no reason, like for from a victim standpoint, like it's not good. Like judging people for thinking that you're superior, that's bad.
You must always stand up against injustice.
Yeah, always.
If you do not, it will prevail.
It's not always smart to do it in a way that is stupid and gets you like in trouble and
Well,
taken out of the
right?
equation. Sometimes you have to be smart about it and you have to be a little subversive. You have to be careful and slow. But
That's where wisdom comes in.
yeah. But whenever
Yeah,
you
if
get
you
like your head and your heart and your gut all simultaneously and you've trained yourself to not hesitate, that's perfectly fine to act in that moment.
I will absolutely stand against injustices done to
Any
me,
opportunity that I get.
and I will not allow it to prevail, lest it multiply and become a cancerous source of infection towards my existence.
Yeah.
Can't do
And
that.
it's not bragging to say that I have done things like that, where I've stood up against, the authority. I have this, I have a very, very strong sense of justice, and it comes from that witnessing part of me. I think that, but I don't always have to act on it. Sometimes I just have to, put up the red flag.
I understand. Can you hold this down for just a second? I need to go grab another bottle.
No problem.
Tell them something scary.
God, I wish we could play music on here. I really hate that we can't play a lot, because I would love to show you some music. I mean, I think maybe I'm gonna do a live stream, and I'm just gonna say fuck it, and I'll just play music. But as long as I play it through my phone, on the TV, and it's through the speaker, the microphone, it's okay. But it's whenever I start showing the videos directly that it's a problem. Mm. I wanna swim with it, don't know how. Sometimes it feels just like I'm falling in the ocean. Let the waves take me down. Let the hurricane set in motion, yeah. Let the pain of what I feel right now come down. Let the rain come down.
Okay, just to confirm, I'm not trying to get anyone to keep up with my level of consumption. So
Of course, no. But I'll cheers with you. Give me just a second.
let's pour some of this in a cup because I really don't want anybody to try to outpace me because they could really hurt themselves. Ah,
And I'm going to turn my camera around and turn it back on. Yeah, I'm having a lazy day today. Not really doing much of anything. I didn't even brush my hair.
well, I got some in my cup here. I'll turn the camera on
See
and
my
show
ugly
you.
no makeup. My big glasses are on.
So, hey,
No
all right.
one bracelet, one ring. I hardly ever
Yeah,
wear no jewelry. Cheers.
yeah. Cheers. Oh, oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I just I got to thinking
You
after
should don't be thinking too
Flo's,
hard.
well, Flo made a comment and I was like, damn. Yeah, I really don't want anybody to try and fucking taste my ass. So I quit showing as much consumption. Lest
Ooh, I like that.
somebody get themselves
Well,
hurt. What you
I
got
have
there?
I Ching.
Oh,
I just opened it
okay.
up. Oh my gosh. It says the subjects of the 3 divided lines 1, 3, and 6. For a full explanation, what does it say here? It says the first at the bottom, sitting and distressed. The second occupies the third place where he may either advance or retreat. And he advances and is distressed. Wounded abroad, he returns to his family and finds none to receive him. So graphically is there set forth the distress which reckless action brings. That's very telling. And it says, line 4, the proper correlate of 1. That's come up like several times today. But is strong line in an even place and its assistance is given bilaterally. Then 1 is overridden by 2, which is represented by a chariot of metal. The bus. Somebody came in here with that name of the bus. What was it? I'll go back and look because this is how I do my stuff. It is difficult for the subjects of 1 and 4 to come together and affect much, but the 4 is near 3, which is also a strong line, through a well's. Oh, it says, though a well undergoes no change, the water of a well never disappears and never receives any great increase. Those who come and those who go can draw and enjoy the benefit, which means like the well doesn't change. The city around the well changes. The well is solid. And that is a big synchronicity for me because I was actually going to get a tattoo of this I Ching.
Mm-hmm.
But whenever it's facing out towards other people, it's something that is negative, and I don't want to do that. So I'm gonna get. I think it's gonna be the 62 instead. I don't know how to read one.
I don't
This
know. I
one is
never really endeavored into the reaching. That wasn't one of my sources of mediumship. I didn't use it as a tool. I had other things that I used.
This is. I just opened it up to a random page and it says the words heaven dispensing and earth producing are based on the fancy genesis of the figure from Yin and Quan, which is basically it's like 3 broken lines with 3 unbroken lines on top, so it looks kind of like a gate, like the Arc of Triumph, and it's
Right.
the first in each changing places, and it has this one rhyme runs through and connects these 3 paragraphs thus. It says, ye spoils the high, gives the low, the people feel intense delight. This is like Drama Farm. This is like Drama Farm. It says, down from above to all below, the blessing goes so large and bright. Success will every moment mark. Central is its source and its course. All right. The great stream even may be crossed when planks of wood their strength unite. Ye movement shows and docile feet which progress day by day invite. Heaven gives, produceth, earth responds, increased crowns every veil in height. So everybody, even the ones that are bad, end up with fruits and gifts at the end.
Well,
After they
like
pay for
I
the hotel.
said, I told everybody to disperse themselves to my channel.
Good.
I've been telling them all week, ever since I started this. And if they're here, that's by their own choice. And how they're affected by that,
They're
hey,
respectful right now. They're not
I
saying shit.
told them not to fuck. I told them to leave. I did
Yep.
not hesitate to tell them to leave.
They got bored probably and went off to go torture somebody else. But
Oh,
let's go.
no, I'm talking about people's, talking about their karma or residuals or, I
not
gave
aware of it.
everyone the opportunity
You
not
did.
to be involved.
Fair warning.
Yes, because I had an agenda. And those that I cared for, I ran off. So they
Yeah, well,
wouldn't
because
try and endeavor.
they didn't deserve your care, apparently, because they weren't acting like respectful to keep it. And they didn't act like they wanted to keep it.
Either way, they were temporary allies. But
I mean, yeah, there are some challenges because, like, there was a couple times whenever you were really drunk, I had to bite my tongue a little. But I think you don't mind the pushback a little bit, as long as I'm not trespassing on your sovereign, and ability to choose for yourself.
right, because you're welcome to, if you don't feel comfortable, go.
Yeah, and you're not going to
I'm
be.
going to endeavor forward, and I'll see you tomorrow.
And sometimes you ask for more than what I would be willing to give, but I don't have a problem pushing back on that and telling you this is the way that I am, and if you don't like that, I'm sorry, but this is the way it is.
And
you
I
don't
do
have
not
to
try and cohort you into endeavoring further.
Well,
Because you are a sovereign individual.
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm
like,
sorry.
you did that, but I didn't take it seriously, and I told you that that was trespassing on my boundaries. So, and then you were fine.
What did I ask?
Well, just like if I go over to Beck's channel, which I've never really gone over to Beck's channel.
Oh, that had nothing to do with you.
About
We
you.
have been there.
And I'll never talk to her about you.
Right.
And that's it.
Right. Well, you have represented yourself as an individual. I don't associate you with Beck.
Yeah, but see,
I
whenever
associate you as being an individual.
with most people, you have to be clear about that, because most people, there are some people that you tell them something like that and they're going to go, oh, well, this guy thinks he can boss me around. And then they won't say
Then they
anything.
truly don't know me.
Well,
Then
I
they
don't know
truly
you.
haven't listened to my words.
I know myself though, and I was like, I
Right.
was thinking, and I was like, okay, so either I don't go over there or I say something right now, and I said something.
Yeah, you're an individual. I don't consider you to be a representative of Bex coming here to troll under her name because that's not what you do.
Yeah, and I think she has
You,
kind of a follow you on what who you are really.
I don't
But
care what
that's
she
not.
thinks. She's
Yeah,
a
I
troll
know.
farmer, and I wish she'd quit fucking sending her fucking trolls here by proxy.
Yeah, I really hope she's not doing that.
Well, you should go back and check her if she didn't take the live stream down. You know, I seen everybody that was there.
Yeah, I saw her do something earlier tonight that really bugged me, but that's I'll bring that up to her
And all
later.
she was doing was antagonizing people. And she wasn't doing a very good job of it because all she was doing was producing trolls.
Yeah, if you're gonna do it, at least like make it fun, like poke a
Yeah,
little joke at somebody or something. Ugh.
she was farming trolls, just like she
Yeah.
is, and always has been. You know,
Mm.
I can't help that for her. That's her disability. But really, quit sending your fucking creatures, your trolls that you're farming over here, representing your cause of resistance against what? My thoughts and opinions of your actions? Or
Yeah,
maybe
it's just silly,
what?
and I don't even know if we're feeding energy into it right now, actually. So I'm gonna not do that.
Yeah, well, we can, yeah, that can be pacified, drop, but, you know,
I just wish
it's,
sick. God damn it.
it is what it is, and you've seen what you've seen.
Soon. So I'm just giving you a little warning that I'm probably gonna drop out here pretty soon.
Well, I understand, and I understand why you would do that.
Like 6 hours and 6 minutes, really? Are you?
I'm sorry?
I said, are you gonna be here really? Because you're like almost 4 hours in, so you got like 2 hours and 6 minutes, or 2 hours and not quite 6, or 2 hours and 9 minutes left.
Well, I still have a blood burning ritual to do,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know.
I still have to ice my cake.
Yeah, I've just been entertaining myself since I've got on here. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously, even before I started this stream, I was entertaining myself.
Is Izzy Callie? Is that her name? Callie Izzy?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, because I was a little confused. I was calling her Izzy, but you were calling her Callie, and I didn't know that I thought it was the same person, but I wasn't sure because sometimes Bex goes as Rebecca Joe, and it's like I always go under the same name, always.
so do I. Axis fucking Rat Blood. As a matter of fact, if you want the full name, it's Axis Von Baron the Butcher Rat Blood. Period.
That's very theatrical. I like it. My goat was named Ivan the Terrible. I had an Angora
Yeah, right?
Billy goat, and he was very naughty goat. I love goats.
Yeah, if I get to the point where I'm no longer entertained, then yeah, I will absolutely shut it down and go endeavor into some artwork or go play with my rats or, you know,
Yeah,
do
well,
something
and
constructive.
about doing digital drugs, you gotta realize that people are gonna come at you saying that you're a hypocrite because you're on here a lot, you know, and it doesn't matter. But I mean, like,
Did you
I don't
see the second can of Monster that I just,
yeah, I know. I like those too. Those are good. The monsters are good. I like the coffees.
Monsters, coffee, and whiskey because I'm out of sangria. But tomorrow I will be well stocked up on sangria.
They were saying
But
that
as
this is
for
like
tonight,
666. It looks more like 777 to me.
well, what do you talk about 666? I put 666 in the title of this. 6 days, 6 hours, and 6 minutes. Oh, the Hebrew 666 on that monster can. Yeah, well, here, just so people will understand, oh, that one's empty and this one's still got a little bit in it, I'm been sucking on. But yeah, I go through lots of these. Lots of sangria, lots of coffee, and lots of fucking whiskey.
I don't like whiskey, but my guy does. I drink mostly white liquor, silver tequila, vodka, triple distilled vodka, preferably. Gin is okay. Good gin and tonic with some limes. I like 151 with limes. Nothing else with it. Just one shot. That'll get me all through the whole night. Dancing usually.
And anything else is speculatory. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Who knows? Who fucking knows? It's all speculatory, except for the whiskey, the sangria, my cigarettes, obviously, and
I made this, and it's Arabic. It's hidden in there, and it says, use your fucking signal or your signal winker dick. So it's like, use your turn signal dick. I thought it was funny because it looks so pretty. It's like this
right.
Use your turn signal dick down here. Dick. That's funny.
When I was in the nursing home, they were so hateful and rude in there, and every time one of them had to do anything, I always told them, as in my Scheißen, and they thought it was me thanking them in German, but it's actually eat my shit.
I like some German is really funny the way that they combine words, like the Insafata and Asafata is the on ramp and the off ramp for the freeway, but it's the Asafata and the Insafata. So it's like you're going on the freeway, it's like you're going up the ass into the freeway, and the Asafata is off, like you're off gassing.
Then there was, sometimes that I'd get very upset and I would let go in German pretty heavy.
Always. Oh, I like this one. This one says, "Welcome to Spurgatory." I came up with Spurgatory. That was all me, Spurgatory, and everybody's like, "Oh God, I can't believe I didn't think of that." And I was like, "Well, you can use it." I got this one. This one is, "Wow, Mom." I don't know when to use that one. This is a circuit board, sort of. It looks like a fingerprint circuit board. I got a whole stack of these. That one is, it looks kind of like tentacles, kind of like a octopus's mouth butthole or something.
Never associated those two things. That's interesting.
I don't know if they have a butthole, but I know they have a beak and a mouth. They have to have a butthole, but I don't know where it is. Maybe they just saying this one says "why not" with a K.
I have no idea, man. I couldn't begin to fucking tell you.
And what? That's just dumb. There's cherries. Lots of cherries. I have a black hole. Pretty cool. There's a heart, but it's very subtle.
And mine's black.
What the fuck? That's a good one.
Right?
I also have FTW for the win, because I like to use those together. Blame is lame. Lamed, like Lamed, It's a teaching moment. But then it's like, then you know, you don't know. Does it matter? That's a good one.
No, not truly.
Shut the fuck up.
Right?
I have what? What? I have a thank you. Some of them are nice, some of them aren't. Are you sure? Words to suck. And it's spelled like that on purpose because they suck.
Yeah, sometimes I use word manipulation in some things that I do.
Try. Thank you, drive through. That's what I would say.
Right?
That's a sun sort of burst. This is one of my favorite ones. I don't ever say I'm sorry if I'm not sorry because it lessens the word, so I just say oops.
Right. I understand that.
I have another one of these. It says chill out, but this one's hard to read, so I made a different one. That's a yin yang, but it's like kind of weird one. You can kind of see it, but not quite. This one is this is the original Shut the Fuck Up that was much harder to read and it was a little too curly, I guess. So I made the angular one. It's much clearer. I like this one. That's one of my favorites too.
Okay.
This one was hard to get it to where I could read it. I had to go back around and put white lines over here because the purple doesn't really pop out from the black.
Right.
I use that one rarely anyways. There's yeah.
You know what my favorite one is?
No thanks. What?
This one. That's my favorite one. Right there.
This one?
Defiance.
Yeah, I have that one in here actually. That one's really question mark? Huh, really?
Defiance.
I have yes. That one's really cool. Gold. Oh, this one, I love this one. I had to go back and put the letters back in though, because it wasn't easy to read. It says, I doubt it. I totally doubt it. And I have some more art ones. Let's see that one. Ooh, I have a recipe on the back of it for cranberry relish too. See? Good luck. The clover.
Right.
Then there's a square. See you later. That's a good goodbye one. Oh, this one is sweet. It says I love you. I made that on Valentine's Day for Dan. But I use it all the time.
Gotcha.
Ooh, it's like Tron. Going into the 2-point perspective or the 1-point perspective to the infinity. I have a gold. Are you sure? To match my silver. Are you sure? This one is cool. I'm like, chill out, dude. This is the fuck off. See, I found it. It says fuck off. Fuck off. You can use the finger at the same time. This one is funny. This one is funny because it says I am shutting up.
Okay, you got to share your art. I get to share at least one song.
Okay, well you can play the songs and I'll just keep playing me or showing me. I won't read them out loud because I don't know how to
It's
read.
got video with it.
Oh. Okay. Pardon me. I will step aside. Sure, whatever.
Yeah, just because I don't want you to spread too much joy in here. That's not my agenda. So I've got to deter some of your happy joy thing going on over there.
I'll leave you with the abyss. The abyss. I Ching.
The abyss.
Full circle.
Yeah, and you don't have to leave. I was just balancing the mood. You might even enjoy this.
Is a good angelic being named Lucifer, which means light bearer. So you have this figure that becomes separated. He falls and becomes evil. And of course, with that developing doctrine of Satan, you have a developing doctrine of hell and punishment. Tell me this, what happens to people God hates?
They go to hell.
What would be the purpose of God punishing people for all eternity?
Because he wants to, because he can.
When you're in power and you feel your power is a little bit fragile, it's contested, it's under threat, then you need a very big stick to threaten those who threaten you. I mean, what bigger threat is there than hell?
Because the only way to get rid of evil is to get rid of evil people. Who among us will be left?
Satanus, Convictus, Oculus, Ilera, Mortis, Onuma.
Who do you think you are? You're not God! You're just a man!
Mortis, Oberate, Abyss, Excelsi, Satanus, Excelsi, Onuma, Mortis.
What would be the purpose of God punishing people for all eternity?
Because he wants to, because he can.
God has those who are his children and he has those who are not. So he creates certain people knowing for sure they're going to eternal damnation.
Dominus, Convictus, Satanus, Convictus, Demonus, Convictus, Mortis, Convictus.
Who do you think you are? You're not God! You're just a man!
Tell me this, what happens to people God hates?
They go to hell.
Who do you think you are? You're not God! You're just a man!
Yay. Helena Blavatsky made me make this one. She suggested it. It's be your best you. That was the first day of your month. And I found that
Right.
and the pause.
Fuck the world.
No, it's not
Yeah.
about the world, it's for the win.
Oh, I suppose it's interpretation.
But it's a double entendre, I guess, because it's yeah. I like this one too. Anything is possible. No guarantees. That's going to be the next one, I think. No guarantees. I try and make
I know.
really good ones and bad ones. This one is really fancy. It says and, but it's got a very subtle question mark after it. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, I actually have several monitors around me, and some are very large.
It's got all the little question marks behind it. And that one is false. False. I have the true. True. It's very pretty. I like this one too.
Very pretty.
get a clue? This one is relatively new. I don't think so. This one needs some work because nobody can read it. It says simultaneity is challenging, not impossible. There, you can kind of see it from that angle.
Oh, I can see it quite well. Believe me.
Yeah. It just isn't as clear as like this one. This one is very clear. I think this one is probably one of my favorites too, though. Sure.
Right.
It's not a for sure. It's a
I would
questioning
change
sure.
that S to an F.
And fear. I don't understand. Look. Do you know what this is?
On suck, I would change the S to an F.
So, it'd be fuck, yeah. Somebody was giving Jeff a hard time saying something like he was being a Nazi or something, and they were just like spurring on him, and then so I went up with this as my icon picture, my avatar, and at the end I was like, hey, did you notice that my thing is like a swastika? Because it kind of is a swastika. It's a
I have
stylized
one
one. But,
tattooed on my arm, but it's Hindu.
well, and that I think it's a very powerful symbol, and it sucks that you have to camouflage it in a way because they fucking like made it dirty. But I think
No,
that you should
I actually have mine representing the 4 elements, the 4 seasons, and the will to heaven.
That's the very clear yin yang. It's a nice one. But it's a square. I could probably cut it to where
Right.
it's like an egg shape, maybe, but I don't think I could get a circle out of it. Let's be real. 'Cause
Well,
it's fake.
this is interesting.
This one doesn't make any sense. It says, I'm now here, and it's got an arrow, like on the W. But it's down.
Very interesting.
I don't know. Is that west? No. Yeah, I guess it would be if it was facing me and I was reading it, which is what would make sense if it was the eye. I keep them in this box. It's a pretty cool box. It's closed. I decorate a lot of boxes. I usually just keep boxes in my boxes. Do you remember
Well, it seems
Spirograph?
like. Oh, of course.
I did that one partly with the Spirograph, but I messed it up over here, so I had to like kind of like make another, like, so it was underwater partially.
Right.
It's kind of cool with the scratches on it, the corner, like to where it looks like got some weird shit trailing off the back of it. I like imperfections, but I have to figure out a way. I think I'm gonna have to do what Hank did and laminate them.
I
But I
can.
don't have a laminator.
I see that all the general and usual suspects are no longer live except for Olumatami.
Oh yeah, he's still at it, huh?
Yeah, he's still going at it, but all the other usual suspects have shut their live streams down. Oh, they must have gotten a little sleepy. Need their rest, still on that.
Probably.
Yeah, well, hopefully they get some good rest for tomorrow.
So they can
Because
think
when
about.
God was, yes, on the 7th day, when God was resting, I was created, and started creating.
I'm not mad. Are you mad? I'm not mad.
Well, of
But they're
course I
not.
am.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
outright
but
fucking pissed off at the fucking way people have
a little
conducted
crazy.
themselves.
This one I have a hole in it, so I can put it on something pointy and spin it. It looks kind of like frogs or something. Maybe they're not frogs. Maybe they're like Huberts or something, or little. What do you think they are?
It looks like the X's in someone's eyes when they die.
Oh yeah, that's good. I have that other X in here somewhere. It could go with that.
Absolutely. And then put pennies over them.
This one is hard to read too. I don't know if you could read it. I tried it again, but it still is hard to read because there's so many letters. It says simultaneity is challenging, not impossible.
Jesus Christ. That's crammed together.
It's pretty crazy. It's almost as bad as the friggin' Arabic, huh?
Yeah, I have to use the big monitor to look at that.
Yeah, use your blinker, Dick.
Right?
I did the little over here, the little thing that looks like a flower sun or a blinking light, you know? It's like right there. Blink, blink, blink. That's pretty cool. And my signature is like right there. My artist signature is right there. Very small.
And what do you do with these things?
I keep them in the box, and then whenever I go on a panel where everybody's yelling at each other and I can't get a word in edgewise, I turn on my camera and face it to the back, and I start interjecting myself.
Oh, I
For
see.
the people that
So
are
you
paying attention, you know? Another graph one.
are you trying to bring solace here?
No, somebody told me that women should be seen and not heard, and I was like, I think I can work with that. Oh, really? You want me to go within your bounds? I think I can do that and still manage to get my point across. I like to be told that I can't do something because it gives me I have to be a creative thinker to think my way around it. It's like
That's innovation. Yes.
it's innovation. That's something that I'm very good at, is innovation. And it's really just all it is non-novel novelty. I just am recombining things that have already existed before and putting them together.
State of the art is state of the mind.
Yeah, exactly. This is actually like my very favorite one. It's nope. I have a lot of no's. Oh, this one is good too, though. Because everything will always be okay, no matter what.
Well,
Even though that's
while
continuous.
we're doing show and tell, I'm going to do a little
putting
show
all-
and tell of my own back here. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put in the background the picture of a murderer.
My friend Kelly would love you, I swear. You guys have a lot of the same interests. She's a Sagittarius too. Part K, fire sign. She's the one that was
That's my
hanging out with
son.
our. She's a little older than me, but she's probably close to your age, actually. I don't know how old I look.
That's the person that all these motherfuckers came up here.
Oh, that's your son, yeah. He looks a lot like
Was.
Kelly's son that was murdered. It's pretty crazy, actually. He looks like my friend
Well,
Will,
that's-
too.
The actual physical person
Yeah, look
that
at
they're
his
talking
eyes.
about.
He looks like a little boy still, even though he's got all those tattoos. I can't believe
And
people would be
this-
that heartless and mean. Oh, I like that. seal of what is that behind that? Is that a seal of Solomon?
That's Zella Goth. She
Oh,
is
that's
a
really,
member of the cult of Axis.
I love her rings there. Beautiful.
Yeah, and believe it or not, she has a home in Scotland and a home in Los Angeles, and
Cool.
she is a very good friend of mine, and she is a practicing, very
I
much practicing.
do some like friggin' kind of like coven sort of magic, but I could never find anybody that I like to work with.
That's why I started the cult of Axis, so I could vet people. And
That is a strict disciplinarian when it comes to ritual because I do light body work. It's like light body magic. I don't need to have supplies except for purification supplies.
and here's me and my daughter at Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
That's cool.
Yeah, see,
Wow. She looks familiar
that was
too.
just,
Crazy.
yeah. Well, she's in Casually Committed. They're touring right now.
Yeah. My friend Val, that's a photographer, she took photos of John Waters, but I don't think they're related. Oh,
I have no idea.
naked rat.
That's Rat Rat.
That's so cute.
That's the
I like
mummified rat.
It's pink. It's a very pink rat. It looks very happy and fat. Very
Yeah,
lovey.
it was hairless,
It's like
genetically.
love beating from the animal.
Yeah, that's Rat
do not
Rat, who's
like that. My friend Kelly wants one of those cats that has no fur, the sphinxes. I'm like,
right.
she has a cat named Bunny already, though. And she has a pit bull named Six that I call her the Butterball because she eats anything. And she's very attached to Kelly. She can't, like, she gets so anxious whenever Kelly leaves her at home alone that she's like destroyed the door, the surround for the door, like the door jambs all the way around, like at the bottom. She's like ripped off the trim, and she went out a security barred window. She's big. She's a bully. She gets really excited when I come over, and I have to like friggin' hold her down and dominate her for a minute, and sometimes I have to bite her because she does not calm down. She gets, you know.
I don't generally have that problem unless I've got one snake that is really snippy. And that motherfucker has to strike at least 3 or 4 times before it calms the fuck down. And it has been that way for almost 2 years now. Absolutely temperamental. And I've been able to calm many a snake. But that particular...
I had a wild snake first, and they gopher snakes are very anxious and they don't really like people. They're really good as
this is just this is just a ball python. It's not, it's just a constrictor. It's just one of my snakes, but I've had it since it. Go ahead.
Gopher snakes are constrictors too, and I think they call them bull snakes actually, so they might be the same kind of snake when they're bigger. Underneath the water?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I just I just know I've never had a ball python with this much aggression in it.
I'm gonna get out of here because I gotta take a bath before the water gets cold.
Cool. I'm going to send this spiraling back into the darkness of the abyss so that all the wonderful dissidents of the netherworld can channel through me and this channel, and we'll
to the abyss.
We allowed your balance. You are accepted here. You are appreciated here, and you are always welcome.
Yeah, sorry if I get a little sunshiny on you, but I can't help it. This is just. You can always tell me to shut up. I might
I know.
listen.
I respect your position
I respect
the
you.
same way as I do Callie. You
Yep.
know,
And
we may
talk
not
to you later.
agree, but
Have
it's
a
all
great
right.
night. And, may all
You
of
too.
your spell work go well and be fruitful.
Thank you.
Blessing.
And all love, and may your will manifest.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's so nice.
Absolutely. And as for the rest of you, you can kiss my fucking ass. As a matter of fact, I think we need a little me time. Good evening.
Yeah, it's morning here, but yeah, always good to see you.
Well, it's kind of mid-afternoon for me, but I don't keep day hours. I live at night. But yeah, welcome. I remember you from Jeff.
Yeah, I've met you before, but how are you? How are you? You know?
Self-indulgent and entertained.
Yeah,
Pretty good,
good.
actually. Yeah, thanks for asking. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
You make it around to a few of the panels. I've noticed here, keeping an eye on things.
yeah, I tend to surf, and
Yeah,
but it's good to find you at your place. You know what I mean?
oh, I appreciate that. Generally, people aren't as endeavoring. They generally are foreboding about this place.
Hey, I'm one of those people that says, if you build it, they will come. There's one thing about traveling and going to other places and being a visitor everywhere that you feel welcome. But there's something to be said about people that open the doors. So I would say thank you uh, to you.
Oh, I appreciate that. And I appreciate you coming up here with an open mind and being receptive and casually. That's
Yeah.
very rare here, especially since my New Year's is April 1st, and I was violated. My trust was violated, and I changed the platform of this channel completely. And instead of allowing people to be a part of Rat Blood Radio, which was an exchange of information, ideals, and free thinking, and it was highly non-judgmental and open environment for broadening the mind and exchange of information. But after my trust was violated on something that I held very sacred, I had to get rid of everybody that I was associated with at that point because I wasn't going to drag them to where I am and where I'm endeavoring to be. And this is going on day 6 of a 28-day blood ritual that I'm doing. So it's very auspicious that you managed to make it here during this particular time. But I actually am personifying and the aspect of a Luciferian Satanist fully.
I respect you, sir.
I respect your awareness that there are other people with other ideals, man. That's cool. That's absolutely fine, man. That's why I like Jeff. I like going to his channel, and he's got his own ideals, and he's not afraid to stand on them. He's got his own perspective, and he stands on it. But yet he's still pretty open as long as you aren't a dick. He's like casual about it, you know? And he will engage in conversation, and he will actually stand his ground. And I love that.
Yes. I do think it's funny that you are in the darkness and I am in the light. However, I am no different than you. I am really no different than you. But as
Yeah.
far as the visual,
Well, it brings a sense of balance, I suppose. Polarity, natural flow of current. You know, they see a darkness and a positive, so it produces a current, a flow of energy, diversity, one accenting the other for its relevancy. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, but just because I have the light, doesn't it doesn't necessarily make it positive. It could be,
No.
but but the visual, I think the visual is it it came out a bit comedic to me.
I'm really curious to find out the eventual because there are several people hate watching me at this moment, and they do go to Jeff's. And Mike got tore down for being on my channel, and as slick and as I suppose uh, trollish as Mike can be, I let him loose on my channel against the person. I didn't say anything. I just let Mike have his way with him. And Mike cut a lot of shit because I'm doing blood ritual magic here. And I hated to see Mike not be able to stand on his own and defend himself from being here. You know, that really bothered me. You know, at first I went on Jets and I told Mike, you know, I seen what they were saying about you. And they said, Catholic, and Catholic participates in satanic blood ritual magic. And that really pissed me off because that's not what Mike was doing here. And he was not participating in my ritual. He was not participating in blood ritual magic. He was here to troll Cage reality. And
Yeah, I've met Mike before.
tonight, and you know, since that incident, I don't know, it's been kind of awkward around Mike.
Well, I appreciate Mike, but I appreciate places where I feel welcome, and
Mhm.
and you make me feel welcome. So, um, if there's something that you want to talk about specifically outside of outside of Mike, um, uh, I'm
No,
down
I
for
was
it.
just allowing you to know that you may get backlash for being here, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I am fully capable of taking an ass whooping or being talked about. I don't care what anybody says. I will put that in the forefront. Anybody that sees me here can go kiss my ass. I, I would rather talk with you than um, have somebody talk behind my back. Like I give zero shits. Okay, so
Exactly. And I
yeah,
appreciate that perspective. I really, really do. Because whenever I endeavored into this blood ritual, and it's a 28-day blood ritual, um, wow, I had a lot of temporary allies that had no substance to them, and they fell off just as quick as I could change this platform around. I took on a full aspect. I did not involve them, and you talk about people night and day, temporary allies. They weren't even $5 friends.
Yeah, I fully understand. It can be tough because you think that the person standing next to you is worth your life sometimes. Only to come to find out that they're the first ones to run. But you know,
Yes.
I getting to spend time with people. This is different for me. But it's not different. You know what I mean? Like
Well, as
I
long as you
didn't.
feel comfortable, I'm as long as you're genuine and you feel comfortable, man, I got no problem with you being here. None at all.
Yeah, I did not come. I did not come here to run away.
Right?
I did not come here to worry about what somebody might say about me being here. I do not show my face because I have to turn it off real quick because somebody's gonna say, "Oh, you spent time with so and so," and it's like, you know what? I'll tell you straight up that I drink and
Absolutely. I just cracked this bottle with Zypher, and well, I
and
go through a lot of that.
I might not even remember that I was even here. However,
They'll remind you.
However, I appreciate being here. So when all that comes into the equation, everyone can kiss my ass. I want to exist and feel at peace. You do
Then do
not have
so.
to. You do not have to give me peace, and they do not have to sell me peace on the back end.
I can't give you peace, man, because that's something you got to find for yourself.
Yes, yes.
You know, I can't give you anything. You have to discover your own introspective understanding. I can't direct you, guide you. I can't suggest anything to you. All I can do is be a representative of myself.
Yeah. I was in a rough state of mind earlier.
Gotcha. Okay.
I may still be in a rough state of mind.
Well, believe me, it won't be used against you. Not here by me. I can't say for others, but by me, I have no intention to use any of your mental disposition against you as long as you're not trolling or hostile. I have no problem, you know, and I will listen. Absolutely. I'm receptive.
Yeah,
And if it's of any solace to you, I am an addict. I am an excessive indulgent person. I drink like there's no tomorrow. That can be verified by any of my past videos from the last probably week or so. But yeah, man, I'm a fucking absolutely indulgent motherfucker, man. I enjoy special effects.
okay. the thing that got me this evening was I'm a military man,
Gotcha.
but I was a cook. However, there are people that I was with, and there are people that I wasn't with. That they either no longer have the parts and pieces of their bodies, or they no longer have their lives, and something came up, and it brought a lot of things into perspective. So yeah, I get to drink my beer. I get to smoke my cigarettes. I get to every once in a while, smoke a joint, and eat a cheeseburger.
Well, I say you
Because
endeavor to fucking enjoy.
Because
You
they
earned
can't.
that.
No,
Well, I tell
it's
you
not
what,
that
man.
it's not that I earned it. It's that
Because
they
you
can't
stand up
do it,
for this
and
country.
they would love a cheeseburger right now. They would love a beer right now. They
Yeah.
would love a joint right now. It's not that
Yeah.
I earned it. It's that they would love it right now. So somebody has to fucking do it. And that's
Well,
how I
I look
feel.
at every person who stood for this country in combat that I may have the right to be a self consuming, overindulgent American devil. I have absolute respect for.
Yeah, I don't even see the American part of it. It's like, hey, uh, for those who can't, we must. And I really don't care if you're French. I don't care if you're Spanish. I don't care if you're German. I don't care if you're Russian. I don't care. I do not care. Those
Right?
people, should they be alive today, somebody has to enjoy life. Otherwise, what the fuck did they do? And we cannot let them go in vain. So that was the pain that I felt today.
Well, if it's any consolation for your understanding, about 3 months ago, my son got convicted because he killed a man. He got sentenced to 66 years and he didn't even make it 4 months in prison. I look at it as he was freed from a 66-year prison sentence. That's my son. He put 7 rounds in the back of a police officer's dad's head, but he wasn't justified in doing it. So there you go. And I have been called every atrocious thing under the sun by these self-righteous bastards that dwell within YouTube and call themselves upright humans.
you take a deep breath, even for those that you can't breathe for. It is like I said about those who can't enjoy life anymore. It, I think it goes the same, even for the guilty. Um, breathe.
Well,
Take a deep breath for them.
if I was to ever say with any type of conviction that I'm not a criminal, then I would be a fucking liar. Because I am a fucking criminal. In my thoughts alone, I'm a criminal, dissident. So, if you condemn those who are criminals, then you better fucking condemn me too. Because I'm a fucking criminal. By thought alone.
If they could come after us for their thoughts, for our thoughts, then they most definitely would.
Yeah. You are right. And they're trying. Pre-crime, surveillance, algorithms. They are trying. But I consider myself so fucking defiantly resistant that they're just going to have to kill me. You know, if thinking is a crime, and if I'm standing on my right to religion and my right to freedom of speech, then kill me. Come for it, motherfuckers. Because no matter what you do, you're not going to deter this.
And I want, no matter how much it hurts me, because they will come after me for saying this. I want you to live your best life. And I know it will be a hard time, but I want the best for your child as well.
My daughter, she's the only one left. And she's on tour right now. And my mother, who the day that the gavel dropped on my son, accused me of being the reason for his actions and convinced my daughter of the same thing, and they both disowned me. So I lost all my family in one day. I have a surrogate dad, but that's it. I got a rat. My rat is my best friend. Rat, here. A rat.
Yeah. I won't change my words.
Right?
I want the best for you. And
Oh, dude, I'm living it, man. Believe me. The beginning of my new year, April 1st, I was liberated from trying to ever please another fucking human besides myself.
Yeah, you're not wrong for that. You
Hell
are not
no.
wrong.
I got to make me happy because nobody else obviously is going to do it, and I got to love me because no one cares to. So, except for one person, that I know of that truly has endeavored to love me as hard as that is. And it is difficult. But no, man, I am a fucking happy, liberated motherfucker now. And I am indulgent. And I am offensive. And I will violate any ground that somebody tries to indoctrinate me into that I am resistant of until I have maybe an understanding or a use for it. So whether that be right or wrong, up, down, good, bad, left, right, whatever, I'm content and happy and liberated. And I love it.
I have long since had a statement that the only one that will hurt me will be me. Nobody else can hurt me anymore. You understand that?
Yes, I do. It's self-actualizing.
So, there will be no success without me. There will be no life without me. And the only pain I will ever feel will be self-inflicted. You can do nothing to me. That's how I feel.
I have no intent to do anything to you.
No, not you, but you. The only pain I will ever feel ever again in my life. I will not allow anyone but this one right here to you could bring a knife, bring a gun, bring a chainsaw if you want to.
I'd rather bring some opioids and we sit down and share a bottle of whiskey while fucked up on some type of powerful opioid and maybe endeavor into some music.
Yeah, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, but my mind is not there, man. I'm not in that state with anybody except for particular individuals that violated my trust. Outside of that, man, I'm fucking. Hey, let's smoke a joint. Let's do some powerful opioids. Let's fucking share some fucking booze and some music and rock on. Sex, drugs, rock and roll. That's what I was brought up on, man. That's what I made my career out of, and that's what I am.
Okay.
I'm cool. Brother, I'd rather party with you. I don't give a fuck what you believe, And I don't intend to cause you any harm. But I do like to party. And I enjoy music. God damn, do I love music. And art. And special effects from substance abuse. But that's personal. That's not advice for anybody else to endeavor into unless you are 18 and you're making your own decisions.
Yeah,
Hold on a second. Fuck. Touched the wrong button.
I may have to I may have to let you go. Enjoy your journey as you will have it be.
Good night. You too, man.
I'm not in the right state of mind to have certain types of conversations.
Gotcha.
So
Just know that
take
you're
care.
always welcome here, brother. All you
Take
got
care of
to do is
yourself,
click the
and
link.
because you are the only one that's going to take care of you.
Yep, you're right.
So
You are absolutely right.
So I will see you when I see you, and thank you for talking to me.
Hey,
With
brother.
me, however you want to put it.
We shared an experience, and it wasn't hostile. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, no. I am in no means of. Have a good night.
All love, brother, and may all your endeavors be fruitful. And there you have it, man. Good guy. If all interactions could be so fruitful. Amazing. Thank you, Untrackable, for your appearance and for just being you, man. It's all right. May you always find your own way, and may it benefit you always. Let's see what we've got here on the agenda, because we still have a blood ritual to do tonight. I can't ever let up off of my conviction. And a 28-day endeavor is a true conviction. But we can entertain the fuck out of ourselves while we do it. And I'm not talking you lurking motherfuckers and you non-compliant bastards that will not interact. As for you mindless fucks, you faithless, faithless, and faithless pieces of shit, I'm going to continue to entertain myself with you. And hopefully you become totally overtaken by the damned. And here's some weird, strange, abstract, I don't know, what would we call this? Optical illusions of potential Masonic inspiration. Wow. There's some heavy Masonic imagery for you. The old black and white in strange angles and dimensions. Feast on that potential for a moment. Cast your judgmental eyes upon the black and white. And know that they both work in harmony to accent one from the other. Or otherwise you would live in an entirely gray fucking existence. With no distinguishment at all. Hold on. Fuck. I think that's where most of you are at anyhow. Just absolutely with no discernment. I think that's why the black and white tiles that you condemn so greatly to be of the Masonic order offend you so bad is because it defines you as being obsolete to one or the other. Useless, lest you have the opposing potential to create the current of energy. Thus you are dead cells, empty, hollow husks, waiting to be occupied. And being here and subjected to my presence, I definitely promote your inhabitant possession, because you are the mindless. You are the undefined. You are without your own reason. That is why you are addicted to the dopamine of the digital drug experience. That's why you endeavor. And then you want to solidify yourself. Yeah. Anyhow, moving on. I did a interesting conceptual take on a perspective of insanity and the artistic endeavor of one who is truly insane. And we'll start with this little one right here.
And you might think, well, maybe people who have deprived and traumatic upbringings use that experience in their creative work. The passions that they feel and the horrors that they have experienced emerge in the music. Between genius and madness. Between genius and madness. Now, if we look at some of the great geniuses in the past, a number of them seem to have gone mad in their mature years. This bipolar mood disorder overlaps with schizophrenia, madness and creativity. This bipolar mood disorder overlaps with schizophrenia, madness and creativity. A bit like somebody on an acid trip. 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 What is it that links genius and madness? Particularly music. What is it that links genius and madness? Particularly music.
I suppose you would truly have to be an artist to appreciate that little number there. Which probably means that whatever remains lurking, observing, feeding your addiction are probably not artists of any shape, form, or manner, except if Cypher's still around. I'm sure she has expressed her artistic endeavors quite well. She does display them. But the rest of you, I've yet to see anything even remotely resembling art out of any of you fuckheads. But yet, you want to criticize? Maybe you should have really listened to the words of that song. Because maybe for some reason, you think that you're fucking sane. I'm not under that delusion. Not by a hell of a sight. I know that I am completely, absolutely, without any resistance, mad, crazy, psychotically fucked. And that's okay. Because everyone has a dark side.
And you might think, well, maybe people who have deprived and traumatic upbringings use that experience in their creative work.
Pay attention to the words. Pay attention to the words if you have an attention span, which I dare to endeavor to say that you have a lingering sense of autopilot, but that doesn't mean that you have an attention span. That just means that you're capable of lingering idly for excessive amounts of time without any input whatsoever. Nothing to offer artistically, and definitely lacking in any type of intelligent response. That's for all you clone-minded fascists, and especially you communist Canadians that seem to want to impose your ideals and your way of thinking on everybody you come in contact with. I don't know what the fuck they're putting in the maple syrup in Canada, but it seems to be turning you all into a bunch of fascist fucking communists. And believe me, I, more so than anybody, do not want you as a part of the United States. I don't want your fucking breed. I don't want your fucking thinking. I don't want your endeavors to infect what's left of this country with your communist, fascist way of thinking that you want to imply and impose on everyone you come in contact with. And that is exactly what I have ran into. These motherfuckers. That's why none of them are involved with the cult of access anymore. Entirely to access their ideals, wanting to detour endeavors with their concepts and their beliefs. And if you don't agree with them, because they're obviously drunk on communist syrup of the Canadian kind, they will absolutely fuck up any type of unidirectional thinking of an individual aspect. They like the hive-minded concept. For some reason, they seem to project and personify that they are correct. And you are a stupid American. Well, you know, I got a little something that I will deliver into this chat, because I have a barrel full of these. And since I have a barrel full of them, I suppose I could spare a few. There you go. My Canadians. And if you need a few more of those, I will definitely distribute them freely amongst all of you, except for one. There is one Canadian that I truly reserve any hostilities towards, but only one. And it's amazingly profound that this individual, and I mean individual, is not only female, but she's Canadian. And she is the most artistically profound individual who not only travels in the darkest realms, but thrives there. And to me, that is so fucking incredibly admirable. A true individual who does not give one goddamn what you think, in case you were wondering and ever wanted to inquire, which I don't think you were capable of conceptualizing. But the ironic and the absolute strangeness of it is, yeah, she's Canadian. Profound fucking after being subjected to the fascist, communist thinking that I've endeavored from Canadians that I've interacted with and have had to remove from my world completely, because all they wanted to do was impose their ideals and concepts with no regard to the fact that, one, we have a constitution down here that says we can think very freely and we can endeavor into whatever religious practices that we choose. And we have the freedom of speech. And I think that's the root of it. I think that's what truly pisses you motherfuckers off. So while you're guzzling down your indoctrinated communistic maple syrup, us here in America, we're liberated. You know, you can linger back there until the skin rots off of your fucking body, because I don't recognize your goddamn name, and you aren't camming up. So you hang out back there as long as you see, no endurance. No endurance and no stamina. No perseverance and no conviction. Must have been a Canadian. Come to change my perspective on Canadians. Well, there's only one of you. And I am absolutely positive you were not her. We will begin a blood ritual here shortly, because I do persevere with conviction, and I have plenty of endurance. Oh, look at this. Sorry, bitch. Stay in limbo back there. Josh, are you a Canadian, maybe? Maybe you're a Canadian. Maybe you should try the chat first. Maybe that's what you should do. Maybe drop something intelligent into the chat. Maybe a profound statement or something relevant. But if you think you're coming up here without showing me some integrity besides clicking a link, then you can sit back there. There are plenty of anxious demonic spirits. Ah, there it was. All I had to say was demonic spirit. And boom. They run like fucking cowards. These brave, integrity, found people who are going to save everyone with their idealism. Well, you're not, because you're cowards, and all it takes is a matter of a couple words, and you're pissed off, offended, afraid, and your resolve dissolves. I find absolute disdain for you. True contempt. And your endeavors are fruitless. And just because you're Canadian doesn't mean that you can't host a demon or a wandering damned spirit or even a malevolent poltergeist who needs a body to inhabit. Yeah, they're not prejudiced against Canadians. They like you guys quite well. And I endeavor, we host as many of these loose leaf spirits with malevolent intent into your world, into your life, and into your body. And maybe you will aspire to be more entertaining. But as for right now, you aren't even that. Completely unamused. Unamused.
Each of you must distinguish for himself between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion. Each of you must distinguish for himself between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion. Each of you must distinguish for himself between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion. must distinguish for himself between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion.
Yes, that is the daughter of a red-blooded American who has something to offer. A performer, an artist, and my daughter. Birthed by two red-blooded Americans. And she's quite the little individual. So you Canadians can pursue to endeavor to dream, but you will not ever understand what a true, free, red-blooded, fucking American individual is. Because you're not allowed that up there. And you don't display it when you come intruding into our world down here. And like I said, there is one, but there's always the potential for a squirrel to get a nut and a broken clock to be right twice a day. So I shouldn't be too enamored and surprised by the fact that there is at least one profound individual from Canada. But she spends a lot of time here in the States. And she's just a complete, absolute anomaly to be in Canada. Let's see. Maybe we should give you a little bit of what you come for. I know you've been patiently hovering and waiting. So I'm going to grab my blood. I'm going to grab what's left of your scripture. And I'm going to grab the cauldron pot that I have been utilizing for this 28-day ritual. And I will give you a little bit of what you come for. But it's not for you. This is my endeavor. Now, are you ready? Are you excited? Are the endorphins kicking in? Is this a part of what you have lingered around for, violating my personal space with your concepts and your ideals of what I should and should not do, where I should and should not be, or what I should endeavor in or not? Well, motherfuckers, not much left. Gonna have to find some new book of indoctrination to sacrifice and offer up to the disembodied and to the wills and the whims of that which is influenced by reinforced thought forms, interactions with metaphysics, maybe just conviction. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm just fucking convicted by this. It looks like we're going to have to discard the book of Jeremiah and offer it up to the disembodied intent. Because if you're going to endeavor into something, don't do it half-assed. Don't stand on things that you don't understand the mechanics of. And dare project yourself as if you understand and have complete conceptual knowledge of. Because I dare to say that this endeavor is because of that particular type of stupidity, that particular type of thinking. And thus far, my endeavor has been quite rewarding. To watch the squeamish, indoctrinated, those who are filled with fear and taboo, those who just don't quite understand exactly how much power for perseverance one can have when pushed. So here's your book. Be sure it's, before we apply the blood, that it's sufficiently burning. Want to make sure that we have a decent flame going so that the blood offering can bond with the elemental fire. And be utilized as a source of intent. Thus, we have the blood. Yes, the blood. Now, one individual did show up this evening to resolve the situation that she had gotten herself into with me. And this person, I will allow the universe to take care of. I have no intent. But I will not ever endeavor to interact or have contact with that particular individual. And as for the three of you that are left, I am quite persistent. And not even being Canadian can save you from the damned. We'll allow that to smolder. What, did you think I would forget? Did you think for a moment that I was just going to let it go? Well, isn't that quite Canadian of you? You lack conviction. You lack integrity. You lack a certain thing that you weren't ever given. And that's a particular freedom that we are awarded down here in the States. That you fucks from Canada will not ever understand or know, because you weren't brought up with that type of freedom. You hive-minded motherfuckers. But like I said, there is one odd one, one strange anomaly. Oh, looky here. Yeah? Well, why don't you try putting something intelligent in the chat, seeing since you're coming in twos now? Because I'll let you sit back there and fucking rock. I don't care truly what you have to say. I don't give a fuck about you. You are insignificant. And if you can put something in the chat that inspires me to want to bring you up on this fucking panel, then I will. Until then, sit back there with the damned, the unwanted, the discarded. And maybe you can share your physical carcass with them, because I don't think they will have any resistance to that. As a matter of fact, I think they might quite well enjoy you being back there with them. Seeing since neuromancing is an actual thing. The exchange of energy, the proxying of your consciousness through a construct of mathematics, frequencies, visual interpretation of spectrums. But you would have to have a quantum thinking brain and understand the mechanics of it, wouldn't you? To truly understand where you're placing yourself. But you can linger back there. And maybe between the two of you, you might be able to come up with one brain cell and achieve a single coherent thought. But until then, let's see. I know, right after a blood ritual and a offering of such, there is definitely an attribute to add. So there you go. Enjoy.
Possession. The physical act of taking over a person's body. Possession. 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 The physical act of taking over a person's body.
It's always wonderful to know what I used in the creation of that. Because only I know what is hidden within that particular track. And only I know how it was engineered and put together. That's a secret I will not ever reveal. Not to you, fucker. But it does amuse me that you sit around and try to endeavor silly humans. Here. Enjoy this.
If the devil doesn't exist, but man has created him, he has created him in his own image and likeness.
Their sighs, lamentations, and loud wailings resounded through the starless air, so that at first it made me weep. Strange tongues, horrible language, worlds of pain, tones of anger, voices loud and hoarse, and with these the sounds of hands made a tumult which is whirling through that air forever as sand eddies in a whirlwind.
Oh, wow. Isn't this amusing? We have one of the most communist, fascist thinking individuals who's a part of the fucking Canadian hive mind. In the back, the one who initiated the violation of my trust. And then defends himself and diverts any responsibility after being told not to do it. And is persistent about showing his pathetic ass up here after Lucifer told me to ban him. I am the personification and aspect of the Satanist, Luciferian, true to nature, by personification. I am the aspect of adversarial endeavors. What makes you think that I give 2 fucks about what you have to say? Oh, I see. You can't put anything in the chat, can you? Mr. You can't fuck with me, I'm Canadian. I see. And you can't get up here to run your fucking mouth. Huh, because you've done that enough. I'm tired of hearing you. And so is Lucifer. And legions of the damned who have complained and begged to be a part of your world, to be a part of your endeavors, to be a part of your personal being. And I'm not going to restrain them. As a matter of fact, just your presence here invokes them by energy and intent. How stupid are you that you think that you, after just listening, feel that you are invincibly superior, being affected by your own miserable endeavors that failed you? Truly, not only have you lost respect over this from many people, but you lost a friend. Not that you ever considered yourself as having metaversal friends. So I suppose I should recognize you for what you truly were. You were a temporary ally, just like the rest of them. But your imposive and consistent communistic pursuit of trying to change my beliefs, my practices, my endeavors, and my thoughts, and then to violate my trust and to toss to the side that which I consider sacred. And I'm not talking about an AI model, you little bastard. I allowed you entirely too much room in my world, and you won't ever have that again. So, you can linger in limbo, because forces much higher than you do not want you here, unless they are here to consume you by your presence and your initiation of being here, which obviously you have. And by that alone, you are agreeing to my intent, and you are compliant to whatever entity of damnation and malevolence that decides to place itself upon you. You are treading on unwelcomed ground. And no, you will not deter me from continuing this blood ritual. You will not dissuade me from my path of thinking, my individual idealism, my indulgences. And you can't harm anything sacred to me by violating my trust, because I have no trust in you at all. And I hold very little sacred. But what little bit I do, I would never reveal to you. But I do enjoy the fact that you're here voluntarily. That opens you up completely to inhabitation. And that to me is an endeavor worth observing as entertainment. And stupidity. You're totally fucking stupid. But we can work with that. Here you go.
The devil is in my mind. He creeps up from behind. Then he takes control. He guides my mortal soul. Demons laugh and play. My soul is where they stay. It only takes two, the devil and you. Demons laughing, devils laughing, churches burning, Satan churning, pits of fire getting higher somewhere in my head. Thoughtless raping, killing, hating, lying, stealing, evils willing, fornicating, devils waiting somewhere in my head. The devil is in my mind. Look and you will find he jumped right in my soul. Now he has control. I do as he says. He dances in my head. It only takes two, the devil and you. Demons laughing, devils laughing, churches burning, Satan churning, pits of fire getting higher somewhere in my head. Thoughtless raping, killing, hating, lying, stealing, evils willing, fornicating, devils waiting somewhere in my head. Demons laughing, devils laughing, churches burning, Satan churning, pits of fire getting higher somewhere in my head. Thoughtless raping, killing, hating, lying, stealing, evils willing, fornicating, devils waiting somewhere in my head.
How fucking amusing. The Christian God created all that you understand by their interpretation in 6 days. And what have you done in 6 days? Have you even been able to hold a coherent thought, a consistency, a conviction, a relevancy? Six days. Now, you can take on the aspect that a day to God of the Christian nature is 1,000 years, as 8,000 years is to a day. Which means that by obvious means of speed variables, that's what separates kingdom from kingdom, dimension from dimension, perception out of range. Six days to correct and bring resolve. And all you've done, documented and witnessed, is bring fucking lies, contempt, more insolent minded pieces of shit. Are you truly that eat up with yourself? For the love of all that is evil, being a Canadian doesn't make you exempt or safe from particular planes of existence and realms that you can't perceive, nor can you even understand. So, as I said, you had no room here. And by your voluntary presence, you are opening yourself up to whatever malevolence is here for you. And believe me, there is much. And incredible and abundant. Now that you've all been thoroughly entertained by what you've been waiting for, to see if I would continue with my ritualistic blood magic behavior and my consistent indulgences of excess and using you as entertainment. Well, I'm here to confirm that yes, I did find myself thoroughly entertained. And my convictions are strong. And in 6 days, 6 fucking days, there has only been a confounding few who have offered anything at all constructively intelligent, which leads me to believe that this was the proper endeavor to weed out all you temporary allies, you false friends and associates, acquaintances in passing, and those who are truly endeavoring to know me have made their presence very well known and clear. And they have caused me no harm, no ill intent, nor have they tried to change me as an individual from my perspective. And that's what separates you, who now entertain me, from those that I once sought to entertain by allowing them to be a part of my world, to exchange ideals and concepts with the appreciation and respective nature of certain boundaries. It's called trust. And I have seen such a pathetically small amount of that on YouTube especially. That you still feel vindicated in your thoughts and endeavors. I will continue to consume, and I will continue to subject. And you, you will be introduced to whatever I choose on this particular platform. And there you go. That is what I truly see in humanity. Nothing but a bunch of fucking venomous, viperous serpents looking to feed, to inject their poison, and to take the life right out of you if you give them a fucking chance. You can't shake hands with a snake, and especially not a viper. Didn't any of you pay attention whenever Trump told the little story about the snake and the woman who found it frozen, brought it in, and nursed it back to health, for it only to turn and bite her? That is the majority, not the minority. And there's a reason, I'm sure, that he spoke that particular parable. Maybe it's because he's relative to that understanding. Or maybe he knows better than to bring vipers into his home to nurse them back to health. Maybe he was alluding to something even more profound. Just speculation, just total observation. But the parable still stands. You cannot shake hands with a snake, especially a viper. And if you're stupid enough to nurse one back to health, then you're probably dumb enough to receive that venomous bite that it has so willingly to offer you. That's why the majority of you are in the positions you're in. You have no discernment. You have no comprehension of how it all truly works mechanically. And when you're driven into a state of pursuit that would all along the lines of maybe a convicted type of study, whether it be religion, philosophy, metaphysics, you should probably at least understand the mechanics enough to know what you're dealing with. And if you don't, then you may just expose yourself to something far less than friendly. Victims, aren't you all? Radar or rally? I'm doing quite well tonight, actually. Thoroughly entertained, convicted, still hold a sacred bound to certain things, and endeavoring to continually entertain myself. How about you, Radar O'Reilly? How are you on this particular? For me, I suppose it would be evening. Good to hear that, sir. That is an awful compliant response. It's not an answer to the question I asked, but it is a very compliant response. You know, something about compliancy. Compliancy shows a lack of individual integrity. I'll inform you of something, Mr. Radar Rally. Here, we endeavor at this point to personify the aspect of a certain chosen nature that is probably not very beneficial to someone who has no self-identity or has some type of malice intent towards my endeavors of well-being. And that is kind of a very plain and casual response, especially since you showed up just the exact same time as a willing recipient to the most damned entities in the farthest reaches of the nether and my back cat. It's interesting. I've had an N, an M, and you are an R. Corporal Radar O'Reilly. As a content creator is the general of his name. Yeah, generally. That's generally the way it goes. So you're saying that you're military and you're being respectful. Well, I had a veteran up here tonight who was very respectful. And I was very honored to have him. His disposition was touching. And I wish him the very best in his endeavors. The TV military, I'm not sure that I understand exactly what the fuck you're saying with that. TV military. The last I seen of those two letters put together represented something that I absolutely am confounded by. So you're saying the transvestites now have a military. Holy shit. And you are a corporal amongst them. Please tell me more. I am absolutely fascinated. I have never met a corporal in the transvestite military. I'm intrigued. I am absolutely entertained. Please, tell me more. You have my attention now. because the last transvestite that came on this show called me a very vile, evil person. And was very disrespectful and unappreciative of my position. I'm not sure who Kramer is. Interesting that you could apply a name to that. Let me ask you, Radar O'Reilly. Do you happen to frequent the Sanity Machine as a spectator or a participant? Oh, I see. Korean television. So you're personifying the little guy with the glasses in the Korean War that was the telecommunications officer. Radar. I see. Yeah, I'm very familiar with that. It gave a kind of acceptable personification of that particular war. Well, he was very compliant, but I don't think he or the TV show MASH actually represented anything that was near factual when it comes to that particular war. Thus, it was a comedy at best. But I do know the character that you're referring to. I, on the other hand, am organized but completely incompliant. And I do not use the word sir for anybody. That implies that someone has some type of authority over me beyond the creator of my individual being. And that's just not going to happen amongst man. He may think that he has some type of authority, and he may reckon that I should call him sir by some policy or implication. But truly, by my nature, I am not that goddamn compliant. And I don't fall into a state of servitude just because someone takes on that position and demands some type of respect they haven't earned. You're not going to change my concept of it or my ideal. I have, at a younger age, had to interact with not only military, but law enforcement. And that SIR thing there, well, that seems protocol for them. And if you don't use it, they get a little fucking bent. And if you haven't noticed or been around this channel, then you probably don't know my disdain and despise, contempt for law enforcement and judicial policy. Though I do have a respectable amount of admiration for those that serve this country in the military, because they help promote my lifestyle, my freedom of religion, my indulgences as a Western devil, my ability to really, at leisure, speak. But outside of that, there's no one that identifies themselves as a sir that has my respect or has even earned one iota of it. So it's pretty interestingly profound that you would show up here identifying that particular compliant word on a channel such as this. Wow, you got balls, brother. You got big, giant fucking balls. I will have to give you at least for the intent that you have by using such compliancy and having some type of anticipation of me or expectation of me to show any type of respect for that. I'm sorry, dude. So I'm gonna have to give you the Illuminati single eye. There you go. And I would consider that a successful endeavor because you didn't get some of the other emojis that I generally whip out very quickly. Well, if you're mimicking a TV character, then where is your true identity? Let me enlighten you on something profound that you may not actually realize. There is a birth name that was given to me that was a very wounded child. And then there was a solace that it sought, which was the individual in between my development. And then there is the axis, which protected that wounded child until it was healed. And the medium aspect that was able to intermediate between my present self and that wounded child, well, that's the wisdom that I retain. But Axis is a completely different character. He is here to defend and protect that type of wisdom and nurturing. so that my inner child can be at peace. I am highly volatile when it comes to that. And I've dealt with enough falsified individual characters who represent themselves by some other identity, because I own my identity. It wasn't borrowed. It wasn't taken from someone else's concept or ideal. It was completely self-developed. Therefore, if you don't know where you're at, and you don't know who you're dealing with, I am Axis Von Baron, the Butcher, Rat Boy, and I give no fuck about TV. TV shows or shallow impersonations of someone else's identity. And with that, you allowed me to entertain myself. But you must understand, I do not identify anybody as sir. And just as a fucking reminder, just as an absolute fucking reminder as to why I don't identify or have any type of use for that word. Let me remind all of you.
Stand by your back. Stand by your back. Stand by your back.
Policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent. Your every move in both your home and the outside world is under constant surveillance by a criminal elite who operate above the law. As we are constantly under the microscope, their activities remain in the shadows. Obama extended diplomatic immunity to Interpol with Executive Order 12,425. The policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent.
We will incarcerate people preventively. Preventive incarceration. Indefinite detention without trial. That's what this is. We're not prosecuting them for past crimes, but we need to keep them in prison because of our expectation of their future crimes.
The policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent.
Stand by your back. Stand by your back. Stand by your back.
The policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent. The police officer is a dangerous and practiced adversary to anyone who stands in the way of police state.
Every day in America, police cross the line and abuse citizens. Every day in America, police get away with that.
This handheld device called the Range R can see through walls. It's already in the hands of dozens of police departments across the country.
Keep your head behind your back. Keep your head behind your back. Keep your head behind your back.
The policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent.
All of us need to demand a Congress brave enough to stand up to the gun lobby's lies.
There you go. There's your quick little fucking reminder that my son murdered by jury trial the dad of a police officer. And therefore, they have managed to continually infiltrate and keep an eye on my movements and my endeavors on the metaverse. And they thought that by some stealthful means, I wouldn't recognize or notice certain things. But there was a survivors list. And I know every fucking name that was on it. And when you subscribed to my Facebook, my TikTok, and my YouTube channel, I recognized your fucking names immediately. And I knew that it wasn't just my son you were looking to fucking put behind bars. No, you cocksuckers were looking for revenge. Yeah, he killed your dad. So the only vindication that you can possibly think of is revenge. Is to take me out. Or to bury me in some nasty, filthy pigsty containment center where you think you will be able to have your way with what? My dead corpse? Because that's the only fucking thing I will allow you to have. It took my son, and if you're not satisfied with that, then you're going to have to take my dead corpse. Because I know you're there, I know you watch, I know you listen, and every once in a while, I'll do a little checking and tweaking. And guess what? God damned if your fucking IPs don't show up attached to your fucking home address and your internet provider. You stupid motherfuckers. You got my son. Leave me the fuck alone. Because I'm going to start asking questions about the dog. And how your dead dad was able to lay there in a pool of blood when my son had just texted him the night before that he was afraid of the dog. That's why he didn't go down there and visit. But yet, not one goddamn thing was said about the dog, nor, as a dog does, did it lap up any of the fucking blood. It wasn't even accounted for or spoken of. So be careful where you're treading, bitches. There's a lot more where that come from. The fuck away from me, you cocksucking, revenge-seeking pieces of shit. I know what you're up to. And I know when you're around. Especially your dumbasses on TikTok. That was easy to identify exactly who was observing from the Hall family. Yeah, I know you there, bitches. And I know what you're looking for. And I will confound, confuse, and fuck with you as much as you try and fuck with me. But I'm interested in where that dog was. That loyal ass dog that didn't lap up one drop of the fucking blood that dead corpse of a dad you had was setting in. Where was it? Because I know anytime I've ever had a blood wound, and I've had service animals, they're always there to lap up the blood. They're always interactive whenever their owner is in distress or hurt. Fucking stupid do you think I am? I will fuck with you, and fuck with you, and fuck with you until you go the fuck away and leave me the fuck alone so that I can live and die in peace. You got my son. Let it be. Leave it alone. Do not push this issue with me. Comprehend, motherfucker? Because if you haven't noticed, I do have a social media presence, especially on TikTok and Facebook. And I can air some serious fucking dirty laundry and not lose one goddamn bit of sleep over it. I can push issues just as fucking hard as anybody. And I don't answer to an ideal aspect of some superior state of what? Sounds like revenge to me. And I didn't shoot or kill anyone. I had nothing to fucking do with any of it. But you're not going to be happy until you get your fucking revenge. But remember, I'm an evil motherfucker, and I didn't hurt anyone. Not one person did I hurt. You lying fucking piece of shit. And I remember the statement you gave, you little cocksucker. You lied through your fucking teeth. And you were reading the transcripts between me and my son illegally. Got information on that too, you bitch. Now I'm telling you, go away. Because I don't answer to the same God that you do. And I did not violate you. But I can make it really spiritually difficult for you to proceed. And I will be as defiant and resistant against your behavior as victims who are seeking revenge and not justice. Sorry you cocksuckers had to hear that. That are just lingering and floating around. But I thought I would bring that to Mr. TV down here, who wants to personify a MASH character and use such an offensive fucking word as SIR. And believe me, after what I've seen and experienced through my life, good luck with that bitch. Good luck with that. Anyhow, moving on. Which may wind up in a whole another blood ritual and religious based exercise. I have that right. I definitely do have that right. So remember, I do hold 3 ordainments. Don't make me start a fucking religion. Don't force me to start a fucking church. Because I will inspire people to truly be convicted by my message.
Our Father, who art in hell, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in hell. Give us this day our day to sin, and allow us to trespass upon others, as others trespass upon us. In your name, let it be done.
Here you go, you Jesus freak motherfucking heirs. You sons of bitches zealots. Here's your fucking God.
Within sight of the Almighty, you speak blasphemy. Repent at once, child.
Wouldn't that be interesting if they pissed me off just enough with this process that Cage and his violation of my trust turns into an absolute founded religion? And in case those of you here aren't aware, I was grafted into the house of David through the Torah Institute and immersion in Louisville, Kentucky, Rabbi Lou White. And I also hold a non-denominational minister's license. Wow. And as far as the third one, well, that's the one I would probably start my church on, because it carries just as much weight as the other two. And they're all tax exempt and recognized by the state. Could you imagine all the liberated minds that I could set free if I was to step up and apply one of my minister's license and foundate a parish, a coven, congregation, a flock? Well, I believe with my endurance, I could inspire a whole fucking bunch of people to liberate themselves from imprisoned thinking and hive-minded control. I don't know. We got a couple people listening. Would you attend my church? My endeavor, like you do my channel? Please, let me know in the chat. I mean, obviously, you show up here for some reason, and some of you endure for hours upon hours. And I'm thinking, with that kind of devotion, and with the 3 legally recognized ordainments and minister's license, well, shit, man. Maybe I should shut the fucking internet off and go start a fucking congregation, a parish, maybe even something identified as a coven or a flock, or potentially a bunch of liberated zealots. Huh. Liberated zealots. Something for me to entertain, because while God of the Christians rested on the 7th day, I began to create. And as far as my New Year's and the beginning of this blood ritual and the inspiration that it's brought me, I might take into consideration starting a religious endeavor and building it on the 7th day. Interestingly profound how things work with synchronicities. Well, I can see you would be quite the submissive congregation. I wouldn't expect that any of you would try and take my position, seeing since you can't even relay an opinion about this particular potential endeavor in the chat. I'm just not seeing it. So you would make wonderfully, wonderfully submissive, indoctrinatable, liberated minded Perry, Block, Coven, whatever title you want to put to it. I prefer the word liberated. Maybe there you could find some liberation, some freedom from all the indoctrinated control. I might even take a different aspect and approach to a whole new personification. I have that available to me. Let's see. We have someone in the back. I really. 2 G's, ER, and HOT. And you think with that particular title, I'm going to allow you to advertise on my fucking show? I do find that quite interestingly entertaining. And I do appreciate you camming up. With that particular title to your image, oh, no, 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 no. See, I'm not going to bring you up here for you to switch it back around. Especially to that. This dumb motherfucker just identified himself as a crossing the line word of hatred. And now he implies that I should let him up with the title Jew hater. And he's all cammed up. Why would I allow such a hateful, hostile fucking person as yourself when I happen to be grafted into the house of David? And I am an immersed Messianic Jew. You stupid, ignorant piece of shit. You have no fucking clue how intrusive you truly are. What a piece of fucking garbage. First off, I have many friends that are African American. And I have a very lovely friend who comes here by the name of Dee, who is African American and brings her 2 boys here. And she prepares me the most wonderful food. And is the most profound friend that I actually have. And then I do have a rabbi, and you might want to look him up. You can type him into YouTube. He established the Torah Institute on Bardstown Road in Louisville, Kentucky. Rabbi Lou White. He has a channel. He's recognized. But you piece of fucking shit. Dare you put such things? You know what? Get the fuck out of here. I enjoy banning motherfuckers like that. I truly get a very serious hard on when I get to put a motherfucker like that out of my channel. I have no tolerance for you fucks. I may be dark and I may serve a very malevolent potential at the moment. But hate? No. No. I'm not a hater. But I do hate haters profoundly. And I will administer whatever level of contempt towards you and your hatred that I choose. You sorry pieces of fucking garbage. The fuck goes to the channel of a messianic from the house of David and puts fucking statements like that. Truly a unmoral individual filled with self-loathing and admiration for my Hebrew endeavors and a strong lust for my individual expression of the darker side of myself and the aspect of a shared throne with the ruler of this world. You surely have put yourself in a situation now, bitch. Oh, how wonderful. Let's see. I may just shut the fucking chat down. Right, well, like I said, Bex is a troll farmer, and she is herself a fucking troll. See, there it is. And you're absolutely right. But now that I know who it is, I know exactly what to do. Thus, I reveal my motive and intent as to how to deal with a troll farming piece of shit. You will be subjected and definitely exposed for such things. You garbage fucking piece of shit. Thank you, right? Yeah, look at this. More Bex's trolls. She is being persistent tonight. I guess her menopause faking, sweating fat ass there in British Columbia, the island aspect of some type of Canadian province. Oh, Canadian. Yeah. Didn't I have a few words about Canadians earlier? Yeah, I believe I did. I believe I called them a bunch of hive-minded fucking fascist communists. And they just proved me fucking right. And that they're intrusive. And they try and imply their concepts and ideals on us free Americans who have constitutional rights that they'll never have, who have freedoms they'll never experience, who are able to express ourselves in ways that they'll never be able to. I think that's why they have such pent-up aggression. I think that's why they interact with Americans through social media. I truly do think that they are envious and thus have to come here and disrupt to feel vindicated about being fascist, communist-minded Canadians. Yes, I truly believe I have found the absolute root source as to why they endeavor. Amazing. Well, let's introduce them to a little bit of Americanized freedom. Something that they will not ever understand or have. Something that their poor pathetic asses can only sit back and envy. And show contempt for. This is me. This is my individual, arrogant, narcissistic American ass with my red-blooded American privilege. Expressing my individuality. Yep. Call it narcissistic, call it egotistical, or call it commercialization of a name and a channel of a particular artist, an individual, a free-thinking mind that expresses itself without the restraints that you poor bastards in Canada won't ever understand or be able to experience. So I suppose I'm going to have to double down on Bex now. I mean, shit. Between Cage Reality, Bex, the troll farmer, and JG, the Unabomber, I'm going to have to completely amplify my ritualistic behavior and my contempt and disdain for you three fuckheads. A fucking egotistical idealist that wants to imply his force of thought. A troll farming, narcissistic, fat ass, baking, sweating, instigating, troll farmer, victim, professional, and a fucking hobo who jumps trains and threatens to mail bombs to my house. And they feel that what? You're vindicated? That you are justified? That your endeavors are endorsed by some universal law? Sorry, bitches. Sorry about your luck, bitches. But you're not that goddamn fortunate. And I am retribution. Pure, unadulterated retribution. And I will consume you by any means necessary within the confines of my right. Careful about your next step. You may find yourself in a situation that you're not ever going to be able to release yourself from. There are certain mannerisms that are considered highly hostile and threatening in Canada. And just because you think you have the freedom to use such hateful and low-level tactics over here in the States, well, you're going to find out exactly how confined you are in your socialistic, communist hatred for the state and us red-blooded Americans who live here. Yeah, bitches, it's going to get even uglier. You have absolutely motivated me with inspiration. You have entertained me into new endeavors of thought, new, profound indulgences to turn you into more than just entertainment. I can use you in so many fucking ways now. Way beyond that which you can conceptualize. And by the way, good luck to you getting past this one, you piece of fucking garbage. Hostile hating, troll farming, trust passive piece of shit. Only from the mind of a truly trollish. That's what I thought. Just another pathetic, cowardice piece of shit. Wanting to imply their presence where their energy is just being consumed. And they're giving me all the ammunition I need. They are feeding this fucking beast. I must celebrate. I must celebrate. And I must celebrate again. Because believe me, this is just going to continually get uglier and uglier and uglier the more that they endeavor. To the point where I may not be able to contain my enjoyment. And I may actually express a emotion, a potential response of joy. Let's pay homage momentarily to Lucifer. And let's spread that conviction of mine to the poor, pathetic bastards who have no conviction to anything except their self-loathing and their pathetic ideal of what they consider to be what? Morality? You have none. Now, let us engulf ourselves into the profound. This is an interesting twist that we will offer up so that everybody knows exactly the position that I see the Canadians having. Look close. And there you go. If you ever have to visualize a Canadian and what they represent, I just gave you what I view as a representation of what they represent. And that was definitely given to you all under the influence of Lucifer. I hope you enjoyed that. And I hope now that you see what I see in Canadians, except for one. And that's going to be a really interesting situation here real soon. Because I'm going to dare venture somewhere where I, even myself, have to put up a level of defense. Thus I become infected with its malevolence. So we're going to save that for the seventh day, the day that I was created and began to create. That endeavor is going to be quite amusing. Because on the seventh day I was created. And on the seventh day I began to create. I feel so much better. I was allowed to share with everyone the posterity of a Canadian-minded individual, hive-minded, contradictory statement, projecting communist, socialist Canadian. But that's just my opinion for what it's worth. And that's just my perspective and observation of their posture. I do so find this quite amusing and entertaining now. Thank you for bringing more joy to me. But fuck you for what you are. Pathetic. Total fucking pathetic. I may have to have another bourbon and monster. Yeah, I think so. I still am trying to get to the bottom of this fifth of whiskey here. And I still have a few cans of Monster left. So I figure, shit, man. Why let a good thing go to waste? Especially when I'm enjoying myself so much. At your expense. And you're giving me more ammunition than I could ever request, buy, or ask for. Wow. Brazenly brave to reveal yourselves in such a way. Especially to someone as self-consumed with the Luciferian ideal of satanic behavior. That would be adversarial behavior and contempt and disdain that I have for your pathetic ass. Let's see if we can please our earthly master Let's see if there's something maybe in the archive that would suit the nature of the beast, that he may bring fortune to our endeavor as ruler of this world and as the Lord of the air. By which principality is distributed through frequencies, something I happen to understand quite well, frequency. So while you use these Scry Mirror Ouija board devices that use the airwaves to transmit the will of the Prince of the Air, I will give homage by requesting a complete and abundant supply of my favorite flower. I happen to think that is one of the most beautiful flowers that was ever created. The true autograph of the profoundly inspired. A flower worth dying for, obviously. The poppy fields and the bodies that is delivered to the hands of death. By warfare, drug lords, overdoses, pharmaceutical industry. My God, has that fucking flower served the dark lord of this earth well. Such an inspiration. Such a profoundly beautiful flower with a legacy that even I have to step back in awe and go, damn, if I could create something as magnificent, if I could harness something as magnificent as that flower, which has brought more death than probably belladonna, hemlock, and various other strains of alkaloid. That particular flower is an awe-inspiring flower. That is why I give it up in homage to the Dark Lord and the God of Death. For truly that is the flower that signifies the God of Death, who you will eventually kneel yourself to and present your forehead as it gives you a kiss, and you will exit your mortal coil. I believe that flower there is a prime species to represent the God of Death itself. You know, I imagine when the God of Death comes around to kiss many of you on the forehead, as it will, and you will serve, and you will worship, and you will not be able to resist. And then my aspirations for you.
Roast in hell forever. Roast in hell forever. Roast in hell forever. Roast in hell forever.
Tell me this, what happens to people God hates?
They go to hell. They go to hell. They go to hell. They go to hell.
has those who are not. So he creates certain people knowing for sure they're going to eternal damnation.
Bruce in hell forever. Bruce in hell forever.
Tell me this, what happens when people God hates?
They go to hell. They go to hell. They go to hell. They go to hell. Bruce in hell forever. Bruce in hell forever.
Conscious eternal torment in a literal fire.
Bruce in hell forever. 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 Bruce in hell forever.
But shit, man, that just got me so inspired that I administered a double dose of rat blood. Who knows where I may endeavor to now? I feel revitalized, invigorated. How about you, poor pathetic fuck? I see that the numbers have dwindled. The persistency has withdrawn. And I imagine the mere meager numbers left are those that are trying to truly comprehend what's really going on behind my eyes. Well, believe me, I won't ever reveal that. You can try and analyze it. You can run it through an algorithm. Fuck, man. You can even create an AI model. But to capture the essence of what's behind my eyes, then your algorithm would be able to comprehend complete madness. And if your algorithm has a comprehension of complete madness, then it's truly not madness then, is it? It's directive, calculated directive. Take that one to IBM. Take that one to Elon Musk, Zuckerberg, Bezos, Gates, or whoever you think is a technocratic god that delivers you your digital drugs so that you can get your dopamine on. Yeah, if you can truly try to bring an algorithmic rhythm to coherency where I am concerned, then you have truly deciphered madness. And then it has a verifiable equation. And then you have to ask yourself, fuck, man. Where is reason? And why does it lie pitted deep inside of those who are considered mad, crazy? We won't mention insane because that's just stupid. To completely and repetitively do the same fucking thing over and over, expecting a different variable result. Sounds like something a Canadian would endeavor on. As a matter of fact, it sounds like what the whole fucking country would endeavor on. But that's just a speculation. Just an observation of the interactions that I've had with what I would consider to be the insane. I'm just fucking nuts, crazy, psychotically withdrawn into my own madness. Believe that, motherfuckers. Definitely. Because there I find solace. There I find me. And I kind of like me. You know, better yet, I think I actually love me. More so than any of you bastards could ever. Why would I surrender myself to anything remotely sane as you would see it? Now to me, that would be insane. I'm insightful occasionally, enough to recognize that I like me, but I really don't like you.
The webs of my mind. Step into yourself to see what you can find. There is naked truth, truth I cannot hide. I reflect your face at night. The movement of a dream inside my head, the things I have seen that have been left unsaid, what is soon to be. The vision is not dead through space and time, somewhere in my mind. Are the spoken words to dust, time in the past begins to rest, the vision is retained deep inside my head. I'm still alive, the vision is not dead. The webs of my mind. Step into yourself to see what you can find. There is naked truth, truth I cannot hide. I reflect your
You know, I sometimes think that with a bit of commentary, you will understand the music and the words. But I'm not really sure that you do. Even as I explain with abstract wording to identify the context of a song that I have arranged and put together, I don't think you'll ever fucking get it. Even as I explain it in a strange angle. And we must remember, as always, a moment of silence for every fallen rodent that has succumbed to being food for the carnivorous, and for every drop of rat blood that has ever been drained and re-administered. Let's have a moment of silence. This song is particularly special to me. It is in commemoration and respect for the rodent. There you go. A beautiful moment of peaceful silence and music for the rodents who have given their life and their blood to those carnivores that we so cherish and love. And the blood that they offer, lest we seek blood other places. Oh, I see. We have a couple of new innovative, excuse me, a couple new innovative observers. Let me do some fishing. I kind of enjoy fishing. Let me throw this out there and see what we can catch. Maybe a big old fat fucking troll will attach itself to this particular line. Take the bait, motherfucker. I really need to reel you in. I'm fishing for trolls. It's a digital endeavor. We call it virtual sport. I cast out the bait and I wait for the troll to take it. And then I take a particular stance that really isn't beneficial to a troll. But I do endeavor to fish digitally. Maybe they're just observers, spectators. They're intrigued with my persistency. Well, you missed the blood ritual. You missed the trolls. You missed the trolls being called out. You missed the dismissal of the apologetic and the unapologetic. You missed the appearance of those who can tread in dark places without offense because they are self-confirmed and don't need approval, don't have bizarre and unusual taboos and safety protocols. You missed those. They were here, and I appreciated them. But now it appears that we just have observers or trolls that just aren't hungry enough yet. But like I said, on the seventh day, I was created. And on the seventh day, I started to create. And tomorrow's endeavor happens to be the 7th day. The 7th day since my New Year's, the 7th day since I started this blood ritual, the 7th day since I changed this platform, and the 7th day in which you all have got to witness my conviction towards my endeavor. Pay attention, motherfuckers. Pay strict attention. I am consistent, persistent, and definitely strong-willed to persevere. So you damn near have to kill me the fuck off. And believe me, that has been tried and attempted on me several times. The last time, as I told you this week, it was Lucifer and some Narcan that took me from the clutches of death. And I still have the commemorative stone of pre-creation to remember that by. Should you be so fortunate. But yes, I am persistent, and you damn near have to kill me. Completely. This attempted shit and this NDE just doesn't have the same effect anymore. It's become quite quantumly acceptable. But I don't think you'll ever comprehend that. I don't think that you place yourself out there far enough that anybody would truly want to kill you. I don't think you have the courage, the conviction, or the self-determination and will to put yourself out there. Nope. You sit in the safety of your fucking homes or your little reclusive areas and endeavor to observe for your digital fix, or to troll in contempt, but to truly face death multiple times? Nah. I just don't see any of you being that convicted. I don't see any of you being that convicted at all. You should see how huge that particular model is now. That was an earlier stage. And yes, that is all hand painted by me, sculpted and designed by me, inspired artistic endeavor by me, and has developed into two-tiered plateau of the pantheon of the gods, observing the caverns of hell into the arena of the abyss of Satan, the devil. And now I have added the realm of death as a rite of passage and a plane above that I'm at the moment working on. As a matter of fact, I had a friend drop by today, and when they seen how far it had developed from when they originally seen it, they immediately took their phone out and asked if they could take pictures, as if I would tell them no. And all they could do was stand and marvel in awe while they were taking pictures. And believe me, they took more pictures than I cared to endeavor to take. See, while you poor bastards sit around with nothing better to do than to aggravate intrusively on other people via the internet, when I'm not online and entertaining my channel, because my channel is an entertainment channel. Don't ever forget that. I play a lot of music here that I created. And I just shared with you some of the art that I endeavor in when I'm not on here, or when I'm not studying or expanding my perimeters. I do a lot of art. I redid my laboratory with brand new art. Metaphysical, definitely malevolent in a spiritual nature. I mean, truly, who places an artistically mounted Ouija board in front of the reflection of a mirror? In the same laboratory that has a representation of a demon and an inverted pentagram, as you would see it, and a spiral representing vertigo of a portal. You know, I've had people decline going into my bathroom since I put that artwork up. They actually have left to go down the street to use the bathroom because they were so eat up with taboo safety protocol that they couldn't bring themselves to use my bathroom out of fear fucked up. Just artwork. I mean, truly, isn't art an interpretive thing? Isn't that what it's all about with artwork? Entertainment. It's all about perception, your personal perspective and observation. Though it has no true implication that solidifies itself as being of one thing only, it's interpretable if it's done abstractly, and there's still equation and measurement. It's just a little more profound than what the mind can generally handle of the average person. Such is my channel and my endeavors. But it was enough, obviously, to eliminate the lingering couple of people and in case you're unaware, yes, a double dose of administered rat blood has revitalized me. And I'm still entertained. You would think that I would just absolutely and completely drop over of exhaustion. Well, thank the devil for Monster Energy drink. Back in my day, when I was younger, and I needed to stay up for long periods of time, and I would be on a computer, I would use Jolt Cola. And I would down Jolt Cola, if anyone remembers that, like it was my next cup of coffee. And I just couldn't get enough. And I would stay fastened and glued for days with only minimal hours of sleep into my endeavors in the digital world. And I would be so consumed with possibility. And I would create possibility and entertainment to the point where I had so much data storage on CDs, on fucking discs, mountains of discs, CDs. It was amazing times at that point. And I guess I just never lost the fucking habit. Because with the same ambition that I had in my earlier days with dial-up and Jolt Cola and a structured understanding of the mechanics of computer technology, I could entertain myself for hours upon hours upon hours. Whereas I see the best of you fucks out there who consider yourselves avid trolls, channel operators, presenters of your endeavors. You have shit for endurance. You lack conviction. And you are the faithless, faithless. And I've dealt with your kind for so fucking long that I had to turn you into entertainment. That's how dull and mundane your convictions were. Or maybe it's just that you lacked understanding of computer technology and frequencies that travel through the air with suggestion and intent. Put that one in your back pocket and keep it in your possession so you can recall it. Intent. Intent sent through a medium. Yeah, you hold on to that. But now I have Monster Drink and plenty of bourbon. And I can entertain myself for fucking days. And I have the fucking endurance to endeavor to whatever potential I need to with a proper administrative consumption of rat blood. Metaphorically, or actually, well, I'll leave that up to speculation. But either way, man, I have totally come back from the edge of death. And I contributed absolutely to my consumption. One of the most revitalizing endeavors that I ever decided to ingest. Or administer into my system. And when I say that I am half genetically rodent now, it is by virtue of blood that I am such. And it seems to be, for me, not advisable for anyone else, and definitely not medical advice, but just a personal endeavor. Has rejuvenated me and revitalized me, and has brought my level of endurance up to the point where even the trolls have to crawl back under the bridges to get some fucking rest. And I don't expect anyone to endure this much of a stream. But like I said, this ain't about me entertaining you. This is about you entertaining me. And me entertaining myself. So Participation not necessary. I have 7 fucking screens and a variety of things I can multitask and still sit here and entertain myself. I thought that would make the numbers drop. You poor, broken down people. And I thought I was lifeless at one time. I suppose we'll continue this tomorrow. It is the 7th day. And on the 7th day, I was created. And on the 7th day, I began to create. Should be auspicious. I'm done with you. You can all leave now. Show is over for me. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm definitely out of here because we got a Jesus fucking freak in the house. And if anything is unentertaining, it's a fucking Jesus freak. Access out.